if I concentrate, when I focus on the right thing, I either shut out the world and release the hate, or focus on the fighting. I don't have to follow no trends or justify no ends by a stressful means. I just have to visualize what I want. I know that I have to create my dreams. I actualize. It's not a hope I'm praying, because I see how thoughts manifest what I want, and I know that my mind's not a plaything. I can bring my own damnation if I judge and doubt what I do. Or I can build a whole damn nation and make all our dreams come true with a focused mind. Clearing my conscience and an open heart. An open heart. All I need is a focused mind. Clearing my conscience and an open heart. An open heart. To everyone who's hurt me, and for everything I've lost. Yes, all of the trauma meant to break me down, the peace of mind it cost. I give a round of applause in this moment. Give thanks for bringing me here, 'cause I'm not full to the brim with but to feel. Adversity is a teacher, and the present is the greatest gift. And the strength that I gain when I overcome is the power that I need to lift myself. And courage is a weapon of skillfulness. And when all these things combine, all that's left is to prepare myself, because anything I want is mine with a focused mind. In my conscience and an open heart. An open heart. All I need is a focused mind. Clearing my conscience and an open heart. An open heart. Love, money, best sex ever. Wisdom, courage, a team that's clever. Land, gold, clean fresh water, a powerful son and a brilliant daughter. Wealth, success in every endeavor. Beautiful beach days, perfect weather. The richest of soil and original seed, and a partner who satisfies all of my needs. Peace in my headspace, ease in my lungs, strength and flexibility for whatever comes. Peace and endurance to master myself, and compassion and tolerance for everyone else, and a focused mind. Clearing my conscience and an open heart. An open heart. All I need is a focused mind. Clearing my conscience and an open heart.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our second day of our Women in Entrepreneurship, brought to you by One Med Africa. My name is Katie, your host again. And as you know, I am not running alone. I have my co-host with me. King Justin will be our moderator together with Queen Zanella and Queen Mamusito, who will be with us today. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Yesterday, we delved into the foundations of entrepreneurship, mindset, resilience, and the strategies for success. So today, we'll be shining a spotlight on so many other things, on trailblazing African female entrepreneurs, both past and present, those who have paved the way for the generations to come. I'm so excited to get inspired as we explore the incredible journeys of African women who have defied the odds, built empires, and created a lasting change. But before we get into it, I will pass the reins on to my colleague, Queen Mamsito, to say a few other words, and then we will play the One Map Africa anthem, and then, hit the road running. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Queen Mamsito, I'd like to hand the reins over to you.
Hey, Katie, how are you?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm good. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And today I'm very happy. It's the last day of our conference. And before anything, I would like to pass the message to every woman in business in here. I would like to say you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be brave. Just know that when there are more women at the table, there is greater attempt to develop understanding. By all saying that, I hope everyone is going to enjoy every single moment of the conference. So thank you very much. I'm your host for today, and welcome everyone.
Don't let us also forget.
Thank you very much, Queen Mamacito. Thank you very much. Let us get underway with our conference for today. I will start by playing the national anthem of One Map Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
Colonialism and imperialism may come to us yet in a different guise, not necessarily from Europe. We must alert ourselves to be able to recognize this when it rears its head.
Awareness, consciousness, constantly being aware that they are not alone as human beings to be going to the forests with chainsaws, cutting trees. No.
Oh Africa, oh Africa, oh Africa, aye. Oh Africa, oh Africa, yeah. Oh Africa, yeah.
Oh Africa, in unison we stand to fall no more, erasing the lines that divided us. For we are United States of Africa now. Oh, the gold, the vision, and the courage, prosperity for Africa. Oh, the Africa. Oh, long time ago, we were as slaves in our homes. Now are free because we united. Divided us, for we are United States of Africa.
Welcome once again. Oh, I apologize for that. So welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Katie, coming to you from Lesotho. So throughout history, African women have been at the forefront of commerce and enterprise. Now we're going to take a moment to celebrate some of the pioneering women who set the stage for today's business. Looking at the likes of Angelique Ormati from Uganda, I'd like to also apologize in advance if I mispronounce their names. She is Africa's youngest female member of parliament at just 19 years old, proving that leadership and business acumen can start early. Madame C.J. Walker, Sierra Leonean descent, the first female self-made millionaire with a revolutionary hair care brand that transformed beauty for Black women worldwide. We also have Folorunsho Akalija from Nigeria. From fashion to oil, she became one of Africa's richest women, showing that determination and vision are key. Bethlehem Tilahun Alemu from Ethiopia, founder of Solo Rebels, a sustainable footwear brand that has gained international recognition. Now we're fast forwarding to today, and African women are driving innovation, creating jobs, and revolutionizing industries. Without any further ado, let me give this moment to our facilitators, our modulators for today, King Justin, as well as Queen Zanella. I'd like to hand the reins over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for another wonderful day. I can see all the faces are shining, which says that today is going to be the best, because yesterday we didn't do our best. So we promised to give you our best today. So I'm calling on everybody to get some coffee, get well seated, put on a dance shoe as we prepare to take you through more educative, interactive sessions, as well as fun to celebrate our African queens. You know, that is the only treasure we have in Africa. DJ Kate, we value you guys so much. So we always want to say, if we have to succeed as Africans, we need the woman at the side, right?
Thank you very
so
much.
It's very important for us to remember that our women are precious to us. We hold them of high esteem. So I want to allow Queen Renella probably to give us a few words before we dive into our activity for today. Renella, please, if you are here, kindly unmute yourself. But maybe before Renella unmute herself, I'm sitting with one of our queens here too, one of our princesses, who may just want to say hello to us. So let me just give her a microphone for 1 minute so that she can say hello and welcome us to this beautiful event.
But to each and everyone present here, I'm called Yavera, talking from Marwa. I greet each and everyone. I don't have much to say. I will be there, I will be present to listen to you people talking and also learn a lot of things. Thanks, wish you the best.
Thank you, Queen Vera. We want to call Queen Renella, please. Are you there? Are you ready for the show? Renella, where are you? Please unmute and come on board. Let's go.
Greetings, good rising. This is Rehema, and I'm just speaking because sometimes Queen Zanella has issues with her connection where she's located. So sometimes that's her delay. She's there, okay, but sometimes her connection has not been very well.
I understand. That's fine. It's okay. Today it's going to be another promising day. It's a Sunday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are joining us. Like DJ Kate rightly said, we are celebrating our African queens today. And I'm really calling on those of us who are still to join, because Credella, you are here now?
Yes, I'm in.
Yes,
King.
okay,
Yes,
that's good. You are welcome. Please. Talk to us. Take the microphone and talk to us, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, King
You're
Justin. First of all, the first thing that caught my eye when I logged into the meeting was your attire. That is so African. You're so here to represent, you know. So we as the queens, we bow before you, King. You're literally dressed like a king. So I put my forehead on your feet.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful day.
Take some blessings.
We're all happy.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm very glad to see our queen from Lesotho smiling with some clean, neat teeth. It's a beautiful day for Africa. She did us very well yesterday. I was, on the background just dancing all through and trying to Shazam. I'm like, okay, what is this playlist and where can I get it? Queen, greetings and hello from Nairobi, Kenya. I am Zanella Atieno Nyerere, and I'm going to be I'm going to be assisting King Justin in being your moderator for the day. So in whichever part of the world you're hearing me from, you're welcome to One Map Africa 2025 Women Virtual Conference. We are so glad to have come from a time where if women gather, what they'll be doing is gossiping. Right now, we're in a time where women have gathered for change. And it's not a change for their houses or a change for their bodies as we're used to. It is a change for the continent. It's a change for the Black skinned woman. It's a change for the Black families across the world. So it's really beautiful to see this. King Justin, thank you for gracing us as the great king. I take it back to you. I'm on the panel, as the first speaker, I'm giving the introductory remarks. So I'll retry from speaking a lot. Make I not forget, what I'm supposed to tell the people. So thank you.
Thank you, Zanila. Thank you, Queen Zanila, for that beautiful one. Once more, we are welcome. I would run through our program today so that we should know exactly what we are going to be talking today and what we are expecting from you. We never had this event without you, our panelists, our participants, everybody. So like I was saying, today is going to be the best day. I know some are still in different churches, but please, as you are here, keep sharing the link. I'm not very comfortable with our numbers, but I know we are going to get to at least 100 like yesterday so that we have a wonderful event. So day 2 of our activities today, what is on our table, I'll just try to go through so that we have an idea of what we should be treating today. So day 2, we are supposed to start with opening remark, which I'm sure my queen is getting herself ready for that. We initially reversed the order. We started with the national anthem, which was but normal. The anthem has been done. We have a welcome address from Queen Evelyn. We have African music from our DJs in the house. They are preparing for that. We have keynote speakers. And the first to introduce the protocols, we will have one powerful queen who will be coming as a keynote speaker of the day, Her Royal Majesty Queen Aji. I think she indicated to me that she was already getting ready. And what is Queen Aji taking us through? Queen Aji will be taking us through cultural entrepreneurship, leverages heritage for economic growth. And I used to say before the white man touched Africa, we're already entrepreneurs. That's why till today we have in history saying that King Massa Musa of Mali had been the richest king who existed. And he was doing this kind of wonderful work only with the guidance of queens like you. So we should really see the role of our queens, like DJ rightly said, like my co-moderator said, that women should not gather nowadays only to gossip, but women should gather because we want to raise an economic warfare that is only in the hands of women. So we'll be listening to Queen Mother Aji talking to us, and then we'll dive to Reverend Dr. Annie, who will be taking us on leadership and spiritual growth for women in Africa. It's very important. Our spiritual being is what we have now left with us, because virtually the white man have tried to take everything, but they could not tamper with that. So we need to be careful when it comes to spiritual things, because those are the only things we have. So We'll be listening to that. Then we'll have another great queen, Queen Aisha Tam Banjang, if I'm not mistaken. She will be dealing with gender, culture, and disabilities, understanding the layers of discrimination. Then right away, we'll have another queen, who is Queen Ayori Selassie, who will be taking us women in tech, leading innovation in AI and venture capital. We'll have another presentation coming from Ms. Kirima Berry, the role of women in real estate and property development. Wow. Then we'll go to have another great queen, Dr. Barbara Love. She will be talking about liberatory consciousness in business, leading with justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. After that, we'll welcome Queen Cynthia, who will be drilling us with unlocking African economic potential, the role of the private sector in AFCTA implementation. That will be another great one. Then we'll have Natasha Henry, who will be giving us a keynote speech on the power of seed bank, preserving biodiversity, and ensuring food security. Yes, Africa needs food. You know, we are flying abroad because we don't have food. And the West is taking over us because they claim that they are feeding us with bad food. We'll have another keynote speech from Sister Endele, and she will be dealing with reimagining the African educational system. Wow, what a great one. Brightening tradition, innovation, and global competition. That is our long list for today, and we'll go back to have our closing remark from Queen Hilda Mulenga. I think that will be what we have on our table today. But just in between some breaks, we'll be welcoming one amazing queen who have been supporting us too. That is Queen Dr. Rinuka. She will be drilling us on something very new, carbon market. She will give us a short presentation. That was not previewed, but we are looking at, since we are talking about economic dependency of Africa, this is an industry that nobody has thought about it, and a lot of work is still lying there. We thought it wise that Dr. Rinuka should be able to give us a small eye-opening on this. Without much ado, I think I would directly turn over my microphone to our keynote, our welcome speech that will come from my co-moderator, Queen Zenela. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, King. Thank you very much. And greetings, grand rising to the earth, Black person from every corner on the earth listening to me right now. You are an African, whether you were born in Jamaica, you were born in Cuba, even if you're born in India, so long as your skin is black, you were African before you became Indian. You're an African before you became Jamaican. So I had introduced myself early, but let me get to do it, officially now, since I'm giving the opening remarks. I am Zanella Atieno Nyerere. I'm speaking live from Nairobi, Kenya, in East Africa. I would have put my video on, but I'm on the Central Business District of Nairobi. I'm in a government office at the moment, so it's very quite cringe to expose the government officials' office. It's against the law. Well, welcome everyone, the kings, queens listening to us right now from the 2025 One March, Africa Conference for Women. It's not a thing for women to fight men. It's a fight for women to help men. It's a fight for women to help men help the nation. Men have been known to be on the forefront, in wars for the country, in wars for human rights. But why don't we ever think about? I noticed something. Every man at work, in government office, in their business areas, when immediately the work closes, when you see them rushing out of those government offices, they're not rushing to go and breastfeed a baby. They're rushing to go and meet a woman somewhere. It's funny, but this is something that's literally happening. Even parliamentarians, they're so busy at the parliament, the men, but when they're done, there's a girl they promised to meet somewhere, There's a woman they're taking for coffee somewhere. There's a woman they're supposed to get to take for a drive somewhere. So that tells you, for everyday life of a man to go on, there has to be a woman. I am a queen because there's a king. I mean, kings make us queens. And we queens make kings be kings. So we definitely need each other. We are back to back. For the people in West Africa, you cannot eat swallow without soup. You can't just take it and swallow like that. It won't be nice unless there's soup on it. So I am the soup and the man is the swallow. I have to be there for him to be there. He has to be there for me to be there. So I am very glad that we've finally gotten to a year where women are just not being taught to sit at home and make sure the baby feeds and make sure the baby eats. They say that 90% of the IQ of a child is gotten from the mother. And we've seen very wise children out here. I mean, we were once children. I've seen very wise men out there. So if they say that 90% of the IQ of a child is gotten from the mother, that means that all the great men that we've seen out here doing very great things, people like Marcus Garvey, we all know Marcus Garvey, people like the great Fidel Castro, the great Cuban revolutionaries that we know about, they had very, very great IQ. Even Aristotle, the writers that we are told that are very great in history, if they had such a high IQ, and they say the IQ comes from a woman, to me, a woman is wise, because if I can make you wise, I am equally wise. And if I'm equally wise, I can equally change the world. You see, when we were growing up, we were raised with the perception that a revolutionized woman is a woman trying to fight a man. We were raised that an educated woman, an empowered woman, is a woman that is trying to fight a man. It was not being seen from a point of view of why are empowered men not fighting women then, if empowerment is all about fighting. So yeah, I'm really glad and to be part of this. And you see, well, for those of us who, for example, grew up in the village, you were always growing up and you're being told, when you grow up, I need like 5 grandchildren, please make sure you know how to cook so your husband doesn't beat you. Please make sure you know how to clean so your husband doesn't beat you. But nobody was telling us, please make sure you're empowered in infrastructure, in business, so that one day when nature decides to make you a widow, you do not start walking around the village to beg. And that is definitely the result of what we see right now. So many widows, are struggling. Someone's excuse is that, oh my God, my husband died when I was young. Why is she going through all those problems? Because she was not empowered when her husband was alive. Her husband was taught that a woman should sit at home as the man provides, So when the man's life is gone, the woman is stranded with the kids. And you see, with nature, a woman cannot run away from their child. So you start struggling, and that's why we have so many hurt people out here. So it's high time we change the narrative. I'm very glad that the kings in the house decide so that the conference is about women, but they decided to join. Because these are men that are woke enough to understand that an empowered woman is not a woman fighting a man. It's just a woman helping a man. Here in Kenya, you've heard of the history of our independence. When we were struggling for independence, we had the Mau Mau fighters who were rebels. They were fighting against the British, and their informers were the women. They would put women in the forest to spy around and give them information so that they know where the British camps are and they know where to attack next. So if this man believed that women need to sit at home and rear kids and just that, I mean, rearing kids is fine. We all admire motherhood. We are all results of motherhood. But if the man believed that a woman's work is just to sit at home, would we have gained independence a bit easier the way we did? Probably we would have struggled for independence until the 70s, you know. So I'd urge every woman in the house, please, and every man in the house, please hold a woman's hand. A rightfully, I'm saying again, a rightfully informed and an empowered woman is the clearest, easiest, safest, fastest road to success. And with our continent right now, everything that is going on, if we do not empower our women, we will not get anywhere. We've been taught, we as women, to reduce ourselves and our bodies to the man's prescriptions, to the man's desire. So instead of thinking serious things, sometimes it feels like we women went to school to just be so sexy for men and just get out of there and inspire them and help them grow themselves. We need to get out of that. We need to get to a point where if you meet a woman for the first time, the only thing it should not be that the only thing that you see about her is how she looks, how she walks, how her body is, how her skin tone is. Please see us as normal. I'm just as normal as the man. You can as well consult me. What do I think about mining? What do I think about the issue in Congo? What do I think about what's happening in South Sudan? You know, we need to be having such an environment. Africa. Well, it's beautiful getting to present to you. I'm looking forward to the guest. You know, I'm very glad, very excited. I really loved how the guest presented yesterday. We had people like Orishade Awodola. You heard how she was speaking about spirituality. And even in the ancient Kemetic, some rituals for the kings and the pharaohs, they had to be performed by the woman. They had to be okayed by the woman for them to go ahead. Because spiritually, there are some alignments, there are some stars that has to be tapped by the feminine energy for them to start being active. If we look at the African spirituality that we were told was very evil, for example, the Igbo pantheon tree, the Yoruba pantheon tree, you find that in the pantheon tree, there were female gods, and all of them were regarded so high that they had to be part of the pantheon tree for the line to go safe. Every man, with all the anger, with all everything, after a tired day, they expect to get home to a food cooked by a happy woman, a beautiful woman. I mean, I've noticed so many things. When a man eats a food made by a woman, they're so much more excited than when they're eating a food made by a man. So that warmth that a woman brings to a home, that warmth that she gives to your heart, why can't you allow the woman share it to the world too? Because the world is so messed up. You know, the world needs that love that the woman gives the kids at home, you know, as well. There's a song, people from Ivory Coast, I think they know it. It's a French song, but I tried to look for the translation and it really amazed my mind. It's a song by Tiken Jah Fakoly. It's plus Rien and Miton. So it's definitely talking about we've been divided. And the motto of Oma actually is erasing the lines that divide us. So the lines that divide us are not just the Berlin walls, you know, the walls of the Berlin Conference that now identifies me as a Kenyan and identifies you as a South African. It's also these societal, economical lines that we've been told that as a man, you're supposed to see a woman this way. As a woman, you're supposed to see a man this way. All of these are lines that we are trying to erase. It's not about just the Berlin Conference and the Lancaster House Conference. And let's all of us hold hands together. We know great people like Graca Machel. If Graca didn't believe in revolution, she would be Graca. She would just be some, a common woman in a common village in Africa, just living here with her 5 kids. She's stressed, But Graca decided to be Graca because she believed that a woman is more than just sitting at home, And she's, I mean, that's one of the greatest women, getting to be a first lady of 2 countries in your lifetime. What type of value is that? Meaning you have too much value that after losing the man that made you the first lady of some country, another man makes you again the first lady of another country. So I bow down before her and all the great women, the great names like Bob Marley. Bob Marley is Bob Marley because of Rita Marley. And all of us right now, when you want to get any critical information about Bob Marley, we definitely have to reach out to Rita Marley. And all of those spirituality and secrets that we know about Bob Marley, Rita Marley came out and said that. And Rita Marley got married to Bob in 1969. And all the entire time with all the messes, you heard Bob says Rita moved from being his justice wife to his spiritual guidance. I one time heard Rita Marley say, one time we were in a show in London and people were disturbing Bob in the background. And he came and said, Rita, can you please come and move these people out here? It doesn't mean that Bob didn't have the fist and the chest to get the people out there. But because he knew when a woman knows how to warm someone's heart, she can talk to you nicely until you forget what you wanted to do and calm down and just decide to do the right thing. So kings and queens, let's hold each other's hand. When we start talking about Africa, I'll speak too much, because there's so many misunderstandings and so many misconceptions going around the continent that has made us get to where we are, So, welcome to the conference, to all our guests, if you're new here, please welcome. We'll try and drop the link and the website for the organization in the chat room. Please feel free to join us. Tell a friend to tell a friend, tell a man to tell a man, tell a woman to tell a woman that we are holding hands. We are not holding men. We are not holding women. We are holding hands, regardless if it's a man, it's a woman's hand. We're holding it. We've all seen right now, even the white boy, they're trying to make their hair look like the black woman's hair because it's only a black person's hair that grows facing the sun. It does not get agitated by gravity. So that speaks of who we are. We got mistreated for over 400 years, but we picked ourselves up and we still intimidate the world and they're still feeling the jealousy, So a luta continua. I'll leave it at that. The struggle continues. We are fighting for our homeland and we are going to get to regain it. Welcome to the conference and thank you so much. I'll take it back to you, my moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Queen Zanella, for that wonderful welcome speech. Yeah, like Queen Zanella rightly said, we were never discriminating against our queens and our kings. It only became a Western history that we started talking about women empowerment, men empowerment, and stuff like this. Those were vocabularies that have never existed in African history because until today, as I'm talking to you people, our queens, they still play a very strong role in our palaces. In all the palaces where I'm coming from, the Queen Mother is the one who enthrones the king, and she's the one who empowers the king. And for me, as a royal prince, the only person I listen to is the Queen Mother. I may disagree with other princes, but I will not disagree with Queen Mother because once Queen Mother says something, she's saying it first from a spiritual point of view. She's saying it after a lot of consultation. So let us not misquote ourselves. It is our education that made us feel that we are in competition with our queens. No, our queens are our treasure. They are the ones that makes everything good for us. If we have a good day at the end of it, it's because the queen has prepared you. The queen has prepared you well to go out. Like Queen Zanella just said, if the queen fails to prepare you to go out for a meeting, you won't do that. So you will only be wrong to feel that a woman is in competition with you. And in all the kingdoms I'm coming from, I think we try as much as giving all our queens the right things that are deserved by them in terms of education, in terms of everything, because God knows who becomes who tomorrow. No other person knows. So we need to give them the chance, and it has been proven that they are good managers than us. So let's give them the chance. Let's celebrate them. As African, from the African Union perspective, we have seen we are into an economy warfare. We want to take over Africa by empowering our economy, because that is the missing gap. So we cannot empower an economy if the woman is not there to look after our treasures when we are away. So thank you very much, Grenella, for that wonderful one. I want to invite DJ K to start up the day with something nice for us. Thank you.
I love how you always keep me on my toes with the music, Prince Justin. But before we go into our musical break, just a quick reminder about who One Map Africa is. The mission is to promote dialogue, collaboration, and integration amongst African nations to create a continent that stands united in pursuit of common goals. By empowering individuals and communities, we strive to dissolve barriers and enhance the well-being of all Africans. And once again, thank you to Queen Zanella for that beautiful presentation. It was truly inspiring. Here is the next song inspired by, I went hand in hand with Queen Rehema with this one. It is Siki Joan. It is the click song. Do enjoy.
Wait, everyone's good. Wait, we missed that. Everyone's good. Just a grow and the bliss just a show.
Queen Katie, are you in?
Yes, I am here. I think there's something wrong with my audio.
Oh, sorry about that. You know, that was some beautiful reggae music. I was just standing up to start whining. Oh no.
Let me see if I can just recover it because we need to have the people dancing. Let me see what happened.
Please, please, my queen, let's whine some reggae music again.
Have the house dancing like yesterday. We had such a great time yesterday. Technology wants to show me flames today, but I will not be defeated. I refuse to be defeated.
Our ancestors are in. Our ancestors are in. They're definitely going to need. And listen, I think I might take a flight to Lesotho. I need this playlist, queen. So hot.
heights just a grow and the bliss just a show and a humble me more and more. The more that I learn, show the little that I know, and it humble me more and more. The truth set me free and encourages me as it humble me more and more. More and more. There is so much to fear, they say, so many unknowns. There are those who would scorch the face of the earth in a selfish game of thrones. Some have learnt of the mysteries and are forcing the world to comply. But give thanks, the source of the sacred is encoded in I. When I tune into the frequency, none of the stains of adversity distract from the real I know. Of the power I'm connected to, yes, it just a humble me more and more. The heights just a grow and the bliss just a show and a humble me more and more. The more that I learn through the little that I know, and it humble me more and more. The truth set me free and encourages me as it humble me more and more. Humble me more and more. Of adversity distract from the real I know. Of the power I'm connected to, yes, it just a humble me more and more. The heights just a grow and the bliss just a show and a humble me more and more. The more that I learn, show the little that I know, and it humble me more and more. The truth set me free and encourages me as it humble me more and more. Humble me more and more. I used to be so sure of things, and life began to change. The world becomes a smaller place, an overcrowded stage. Ambition is the overkill, but I am not its slave. So I take away to take a breath and fit how I behave as I let go of the expectations. I start to feel everything go dark. A newfound sense find its activation, blazing wildfire from my heart. One night ignited, fight its way, and everything following is even greater. All I thought I knew melts away when play becomes creator. Just a humble me more and more. The heights just a grow and the bliss just a show and a humble me more and more. The more that I learn through the little that I know, and it humble me more and more. The truth set me free and encourages me as it humble me more and more. Humble me more and more. More and more. More and As I let go of the expectations, I start to
technology wanted to defeat me, but like a true African woman, I
Did
refuse
it
to
again.
be defeated.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I
I like
refuse
that.
to be defeated.
I
Ladies
like
and
that.
gentlemen, yes, you're still joining us at our African Women Entrepreneurship Network virtual conference brought to you by One Map Africa. The theme for today is driving innovation, collaboration, and growth amongst women entrepreneurs and leaders in Africa. Like I did mention earlier on that we'll also be celebrating past and present queens. So we're fast forwarding to today, and African women are driving innovation, creating jobs, revolutionizing industries. Now, highlighting on some modern icons making significant strides in business is Dr. Ola Brown from Nigeria. She's the founder of Flying Doctors Nigeria, a company providing emergency air ambulances across West Africa, saving lives and transforming healthcare. Rebecca Etche Chong from Cameroon, a powerhouse in technology and innovation. She founded Apps Tech and advocates for African women in STEAM and entrepreneurship. Adenike Ongelesi from Nigeria, founder of Rough and Tumble, a leading children's clothing brand that started from humble beginnings and is now a household name in Nigeria. And last but not least, Divine Nkukula from Zimbabwe built Sikaruko, one of the largest security firms in Zimbabwe, proving that women can thrive in a male-dominated industry. This is making me proud to be an African woman. This is absolutely making me proud. But anyway, Prince Justin, I would like to hand it back to you as our moderator for today's event. And thank you very much.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DJ Kate. I will invite right away Queen Renula to bring to us our next keynote speaker. Renula, please, you can take over the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm humble. The song was just saying humble more and more. I don't know if I can sing, but Queen Kate, you're dragging me to that direction. I like the playlist. let me get humble. The song said I should be humble more than more. I'm humble before the kings. So well, we are going to go straight to the next on the list, and that is our great queen from Uganda, Pearl of Africa, the land of Museveni. If you see how Ugandan queens look like, I mean, if you see how Ugandan queens look like, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm glad to be part of Africa, you know. So our great queen Evelyn Imede from Uganda is going to be giving us our opening remarks. She said there's so much heavy rains in Uganda. That's a blessing, of course. But anyway, she said with all of that, she's going to get a risk. It is time for Africa. So whatever, even if nature decides to mess us up, geography decides to mess us up, we are taking it down for Africa. So great Queen Evelyn, if you can hear me, please unmute your microphone and take off the floor.
Thank you, Queen Zinella. Wow, I'm amazed. Thank you. Wow, everyone in the house, so happy to be here today. And thank you all for joining in. Thank you all for celebrating the women. Thank you all for looking up and upholding Africa. What a wonderful day it is. Before I give my speech, allow me in a very special way thank Omar and the leadership and thank our president for enabling the women to be celebrated in such an occasion. I'd like to uphold us so much for giving us a chance to be seen as women who are serious, women who want to grow Africa and see us lifted on the globe. We thank you so much. And everyone else who has joined in to make this day a success. Thank you. It would not be able to happen if it was one or two, but it was a collective effort of various ladies that have worked so hard to see us to this day. Thank you for completing yesterday, and here we are for another special day. And now to give my speech to the team and everyone out there, it is an honor to speak before you today. As we celebrate the strength, the resilience, and the brilliance of women and girls around the world, today is a day to not only recognize the incredible achievements of women throughout history, but also to reaffirm our commitment to empowering every woman and girl everywhere. As we gather here today in this 2025, we reflect on the progress we have made and the challenges we face as women and the girls, and how to continue to break barriers, shatter glass ceiling, and lead a change to a more equal and just world. From the boardroom to the classroom, from politics to science, women are driving change. But we know that this journey is far from over. There is still work to be done, and it is our responsibility to ensure that every girl has the opportunity to dream without limits, to pursue her goals without fear, and to live in a world where her voice is heard and respected. Empowerment is not just a word, it is an action. It's about providing access to education, ensuring equal opportunities in every field, and creating safe spaces where girls and women can thrive. It's about challenging stereotypes, breaking down societal barriers, and creating an environment where women are not only seen, but valued. This reminds us that when we lift up women and girls, we lift up entire communities. When one woman succeeds, we all succeed. When one girl's dream is realized, the world becomes a better place for us all. And so, as we celebrate this day, as we inspire each other, the power of women and girls, let us renew our commitment to action. Let us support, uplift, and empower each other, not just today, but every day. Together, we can continue to build a world where gender equality is not just a dream, but a reality together. We can ensure that every woman and girl, no matter where she lives, has tools, resources, and opportunities to be better leaders, a leader she was born to be. Happy celebrations as we continue to fight for a future where every woman and girl can rise to her fullest potential. Thank you very much for keenly listening. And as we start up our speeches this day, I pray that we are all inspired, and I pray that we work together to see Africa a better place. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Queen. That was beautiful coming from Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. And what she said, that gender equality should not just be a dream, but a reality. And it literally hit me that all of us, men and women, I mean, we are so strong and we are so tough and we are so ready to fight men and we are so ready to hit on women. But when things go wrong, who the first person you call? Your mom? You be on the phone, hey mom, please let me just tell you, with all the emotions on. So that tells you to hold a queen's hand. If she's your greatest emotional support, hold her with two hands so that she does not fall, because if she falls, you have no more emotional support. Well, thank you so much, Queen Evelyn. I hope Uganda's doing well. I'm taking right back to you, my co Prince Justin. Please take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Queen Evelyn, for that warm welcome. Indeed, we are all welcome. And indeed, we are still reminding ourselves that women, it is our time. Let's get up. Let's close the missing gaps so that Africa regains the image it used to be again. I want to find out in a moment if DJ, I want to take 1 minute of your time to invite Dr. Rinuka if she's there. Let's check the list. Dr. Rinuka, are you in the house? While we wait for Queen Aji to come, we want to... Dr. Rinuka is not there. Okay, DJ, you can take us through, you can walk us through one musical break so that we can invite Queen Aji, then Dr. Rinuka will come after. Thank you.
Okay, Prince Justin, I will most definitely do that. I have a song here by, I'd like to believe it's called Janine. It's titled Open Heart.
A focused mind, clearing my conscience and an open heart. Everything comes if I concentrate. When I focus on the right thing, I either shut out the world and release the hate, or focus on the fighting. I don't have to follow no trends or justify no ends by a stressful means. I just have to visualize what I want. I know that I have to create my dreams. I actualize. It's not a hope I'm praying, because I see how thoughts manifest what I want, and I know that my mind's not a plaything. I can bring my own damnation if I judge and doubt what I do. Or I can build a whole damn nation and make all our dreams come true with a focused mind, clearing my conscience and an open heart. An open heart. All I need is a focused mind, clearing my conscience and an open heart. An open heart to everyone who's hurt me, and for everything I've lost. Yes, all of the trauma meant to break me down, the peace of mind it cost. I give a round of applause in this moment. Give thanks for bringing me here, cause I'm now full to the brim with potential, and nothing else left to feel. Adversity is a teacher, and the present is the greatest gift. And the strength that I gain when I overcome is the power that I need to lift myself. And courage is a weapon of skillfulness. And when all these things combine, all that's left is to prepare myself, because anything I want is mine with a focused mind, clearing my conscience and an open heart. An open heart. All I need is a focused mind, clearing my conscience and an open heart. An open heart. Love, money, sex, for wisdom, courage, a team that's clever, land, gold, clean fresh water, a powerful son and a brilliant daughter, wealth, success in every endeavor, beautiful beach days, perfect weather, the richest of soil and original seed, and a partner who satisfies all of my needs. Peace in my headspace, ease in my lungs, strength and flexibility for whatever comes, peace and endurance to master myself, and compassion and tolerance for everyone else, and a focused mind, clearing my conscience and an open heart. An open heart. All I need is a focused mind, clearing my conscience and an open heart.
Beautiful song. What a beautiful song by Janine. We're done with the first hour into our virtual event, and I'm having fun. I'm enjoying the music. So, we know that throughout history, African women have been at the forefront of commerce and enterprise. Now, taking a moment just to celebrate some of the pioneering women who set the stage, we have Dr. Victoria Isombe from Tanzania. She's the founder of Solfina, a micro-leasing company that provides financial solutions for women entrepreneurs in Tanzania, empowering them to own assets and grow their businesses. Sarah Menka from Ethiopia, she's the founder and CEO of Grow Intelligence, an AI-driven agricultural data company that provides insight into food security as well as market funds. We also have Dr. Njeri Rionge from Kenya, a serial entrepreneur and co-founder of the Wanachi Online, one of East Africa's first internet service providers, expanding digital access across the region. Monica Musonda from Zambia. She's the founder of Java Foods, a food processing company focused on providing affordable, nutritious food for Africa's growing population. In celebration of Women's Month, this is absolutely amazing. This is fantastic. It is inspiring. And I really hope to be, part of this wonderful women. So, Prince Justin, I would like to take this moment and hand it back to you, my moderator.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that beautiful one. So we are going to formally start our day with this amazing woman I've known in Africa. This woman who always wants to uplift African women. She's no other person than Her Royal Majesty, Queen Ig. Queen Ig Ange Bilo is a writer, a filmmaker, and a queen at the state of the African diaspora. I know many of us are wondering what is the state of the African diaspora. And I'm happy to announce to you that African Union now had another region. They call it the SIT region. And it is this region that is called the state of the African diaspora. So the diaspora too, we are not left out. You are called to join hands in the development of Africa through our Queen Mother Agi. So she is a publisher, author, director of African Tissue Sang Avenue series, and the founder of UNESCO Reorganized Memoir de l'Humain International Film Festival. As Minister of Historical Legacy and co-chair of the Royal Chambers, she works to connect African kingdoms and the diaspora through development projects aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, including agriculture and carbon farming. And I promise you women will be listening to Queen Renoka. She'll be telling us something very new about carbon farming. And you can see the amount of work that is lying behind our gardens through this project. Queen Agi, if you are with us, please kindly unmute your phone and take the floor. Thank you. You are welcome.
Thank you, Prince Justin. Royal greetings to all the queens in the room, all the queens of Africa. Royal greetings to all the kings, princesses, princes, high dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all of you, all protocols observed. The State of the African Diaspora was created in 2018. Mandate was given to Dr. Louis George Tin by the African Union. And I am very grateful to the African Union and to our Prime Minister for the decree that created the Royal Chamber of the State of the African Diaspora. I was coronated in 2021. Two of us were coronated in the State of the African Diaspora. Our Vice Prime Minister, Ketura Amoako, Queen Hwendokon, and myself, Queen Ig. We were coronated by the Emperor of the Aizo in Benin, and a year later, I became his wife. But in the State of the African Diaspora, we are queens. Both of us, we are queen, even though we were not married to a king. So I would like to explain IEG. IEG means Queen of the Earth, Queen of Joy, Queen of Virtue, Queen of Kindness, of Generosity, of Peace and Love. I am very honored to be here with you, and I do thank One Map Africa for having me today. I do thank UFA as well. And I will talk about our state because I think that people do not know us enough. And I am the Queen, co-chair of the Royal Chamber. My co-chair is Chief Charumbira of Zimbabwe. He is also the president of the Pan-African Parliament. And our state, as I was saying, was created by His Excellency Dr. Louis George Tin after having a mandate from the African Union. So he gave life to the sixth region, and it became a progressive state without borders for all African descents of the world, more than 350,000 million people in the world. This progressive state is a reparation. We will bring back African descent, wishing to do so. We will bring modernity to Africa within the smart cities, the villages for ecotourism. As you know, I'm the Minister of Historical Legacy, and I founded the Royal Faculty of Historical Legacy because we come back to the kingdoms that were there before the Berlin Conference. There were thousands of political and well-organized, flourishing tribes and communities. We would like to give voice to the traditional leaders, would like that they talk about their historical legacy, their family's history, and of course, all of you queens, you are welcome to talk to us about your family history. I am also in charge of the Royal Institute. The Institute will operate within the villages. We will go to the roots of heritage and find out, for example, what traditional fruits, vegetables, recipes, clothes, materials, rites, rituals, culture are within each community. We will make documentaries as well for the Roving Film Festival that I started in 2017 in Benin. This Roving Film Festival is called Memory of Humanity. And we will also show the documentaries in our faculty. We will bring back artifacts. We will be inspired by them and work on new model of artifacts. Before colonization, there were people of talent. I am talking about African people and also the captives that were taken away. They were people of talent. We can see this in all the artifacts that were stolen. The artifacts are spiritual tools. We will also bring back human remains. African people are spiritual people. They had spiritual indigenous knowledges. We will teach in the East Institute because most of these indigenous knowledges are always in Africa. So the people of Africa are always people of talent, brilliant brains that are taken away and serving other countries
as it was already the case during the slave trade. In our institute, we will train adults, women, girls. We will train them in agriculture for their immediate needs, but also for our future restaurants and for markets. We will teach the youth in our university online. In 5 years, we will be on the ground in Africa and in the diaspora. I hope that with our institute, we will teach as soon as possible in partnership with local indigenous people and in their languages. We will train people. They will be able to create their own businesses in our smart cities. Example of smart cities linked to historical legacy. We will have the City of African Heroes. We will have Shaka Zulu City. We will have the Fabric and Fashion City. We will have also a Strategic Intelligence City in the Zambia. And I hope we will create a city for heritage. Everything African descent inherited from Africa and will be in this heritage city, and we will be showing where this inherited cultural heritage come from. We will make sure children, toddlers, learn as soon as possible languages and all topics to help them become engineers, people with new and innovative ideas to solve problems of climate change, for better life on the planet, because they are angel kind of spirit, innocent, their minds are opened and beautiful things come out of them. They will help us. They will become the youth in our faculty, the best in the world. We will have so much children, we will be able to keep them at home. Some of them, of course, will go abroad, but the most of them will stay for Africa to rise. We must make sure that they stay. We will give them quality education. We will make sure that their inner spirituality blossom and help them choose with their intuitions the best career for themselves. They will have help to do so, bearing in mind that careers are noble. All of them are noble. We need everybody in our society, so they will be trained accordingly. They will not be slaves. They will be independent entrepreneurs, freelance. We will have also artist entrepreneurs, free people, free to choose whom they work with. We will find funds for them to be paid as they would be everywhere else. We want to keep them in Africa. In our Royal Institute, we will teach traditional songs, dances. We will teach heritage. As I said, in the villages for ecotourism, we will gather traditional recipes and cook them in our restaurants. We will go back to traditional hairstyles, materials, clothing, bringing us to fashion. We will be teaching African heritage that went with the captives. We know they went there. We know they went there. Sorry, I lost my page. They went there with their rhythm, their memories. This is why we have got African heritage everywhere they went. In the world, we have got, for example, the Orishas in Brazil. Music for rituals became Olodum, Samba, Capoeira. In Reunion Island, we have got Morang. It is a kind of local capoeira. We will bring heritage from African descent to the villages and cities. We want them to see that African heritage from African descent We want them to see what African culture became out there. Our captives had everything in their soul, in their spirit, and transmitted everything. For artists, Écran Sans Frontières, my NGO, with its project of Roving Film Festival, will also show everything that have been inherited from Africa. We will need people in media production, for sure. We will train the youth to create carnivals. There will be jobs in this area. People from Brazil will teach different carnivals that exist in Brazil. Traditional heritage will meet with world heritage from Africa. They will learn to organize events for our future smart cities. They will be trained to organize everything in the smart cities with African descent and Pan-Africanist. We will all be united for the sake of Africa. We will work on new innovative intellectual properties and businesses for sustainable development and African renaissance. I can't really deliver today everything that are in progress and being organized for entrepreneurship and policies in our university, faculties, or our Royal Institute. What I can say is that we will work with UFA for carbon credits and farmings, with GSFN for training in carbon credits and farming in our villages through our institute, and other NGOs for cultural entrepreneurship. As you see, everything is in progress. We are a new state. We are online since 2018. We are being recognized by other countries, and when we will be recognized separately from the countries, then the African Union will officially recognize us. At the moment, they gave mandate to create the state, and everything is in progress. And of course, we need funds, and it is soon arriving to us for sustainable development. I hope we will be able to organize with One Map Africa our national days. These are our national days, official days. We have got on January 17th, Patrice Lumumba Day. On April the 7th, Toussaint Louverture Day. On May 25th, Africa Liberation Day. On July 1st, our International Day of the African Diaspora, because SOAD was created on the 1st of July 2018. On July 31, we have got Pan-African Women Day. On August 17, Marcus Garvey Day. On August 23rd, International Day of Remembrance of the Slave Trade and its Abolition. On September 21st, Kwame Nkrumah Day. On October 19, Nani Day. On November 5th, Carlota Day. And on November the 20th, Zumbi and Dandara Day. We will spiritually find that innovations needed for tomorrow to help the planet, to help Africa. We will do everything for sustainable development and make sure Africa is the safe continent of tomorrow. All began in Africa. It was a whole and a holy land, and will be back to this. God sent us to earth to be united. It is a challenge. We need to be united and work towards our safety, our survival. This is our goal. We are all Homo sapiens. We are all meant to become wise people. God has got an eye on us. Let's behave. Uhuru Africa, Uhuru Diaspora. Thank you for your attention.
In Mother, for that brilliant one, we really appreciate that. And for those of us who did not know that African Union already had the sixth region, it is already around us, and you heard to the minister, you listen to the Minister of Cultural Heritage telling us. So tell our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, let's connect to the state of the African diaspora, because the development of Africa depends on everybody. It's not going to exclude someone.
King Justin, are you there? I'm talking in the meeting. Fine. Just a second. King Justin, are you in?
Yes, I'm in. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry I interrupted. So real quick, just to make a real quick announcement before we continue, King Justin, I'm sorry for stepping in. I'd make a request that the guests that are being, taken to the floor, anytime you get the floor to get to speak, please unmute your video. The people who like to see you, the people have said they like to see this great minds behind the development for Africa. So please, when you have the platform to speak, just unmute your video. We would like to see you, and thank you so much. King Justin, you can take over.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Zanella. So like I was saying, I'm going to invite right away Dr. Rinuka. Dr. Rinuka is the CEO of GFSN, Global Sustainable Networks, and she is equally our associate at the Union Farms of Africa. She's been one of the hardcore members when it comes to developing our African carbon credit market. So Dr. Rinuka, please, would you mind taking the floor to tell us something more about what you plan to do in Africa with our queens? You're
Yes,
welcome.
thank you very much. Thank you. 1 second, my computer is stuck. Give me a second, please. I don't know what happened. Just I was. Okay, I will have to leave and come back to you in a minute because it is stuck. Okay, sorry about this.
Okay. Take your time, please. Do that.
Can I say something while we're waiting?
Yes, go ahead. Dr. Rinuka is setting up her
Friends?
presentation. Yes. Rema, please.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, the last two speakers, I just wanted to give thanks for the presentations. And I wanted to just say that 6-region presentation that was just shared is very powerful and very wonderful that at this time such a thing is happening. I think it's really wonderful for us to make formal ties and relationships and holidays, special days, and things like that, that we are bringing to life our oneness and really the whole idea and concept of one map. I'm really giving thanks. I really appreciate the presentation, the two speakers before.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rema. Thank you very much. I think after Dr. Rinuka, I will give opportunity for everybody to ask them questions. Dr. Rinuka, are you set now? Dr. Rinuka?
If Dr. Renuka is not ready, I am more than willing to take us to a musical break while we're still waiting for her to gather her presentation.
Why don't we invite question and answers before we get into a musical break, please? So let's reverse the order. If someone has questions that you think we should direct them to Queen IG, please feel free to indicate so that we'll give you the microphone. Yes. Oh, okay, Princess Kaka. I don't know. The other one is saying something.
Yeah, that is me. Princess
Okay.
Camel.
Yeah. Go. Please.
Yeah,
please.
I would just like to ask our queen who presented the sixth region of African Union. I want to ask about the smart city, the eco village, because these are the projects we have planned and we are just trying to connect with the people with who we can realize it. So I want to know how far are they with that?
Thank you very much. Queen Mother, you are here. Please, can you?
Yes, I am. Thank you for this question.
Right.
Okay, we have got a project of smart cities, and there will be modern smart cities, connected smart cities for sustainable development goals. And we are waiting for funds with the UN SDGs. It means funds from the UN Alliance for Sustainable Development. And it is not alone, it is funds given to projects to all countries. And it is to compensate. It is the funds are reparations for pollutions that are created by, all rich countries. So we will have funds to create new smart cities, and the smart cities will be for African people and for African descents and for Pan-Africanists as well. And it will begin soon, and we will need some years because it will be on more than 5,000 hectares of land. So to create houses, buildings, schools, hospitals, medical cities, etc., it will take time. We also have 5 projects of smart cities, of medical cities. And in the medical cities, we will also train the people in all medical areas. This is for smart cities. Of course, there will be billions of jobs created, and it could be simultaneous in different countries because funds will arrive everywhere. I think it will coming from this year. So we were waiting. That's why since 2018, nothing happened. Nothing happened, but we did a lot on the ground. We have been dealing with the chiefdoms, the kingdoms, and this is why we have got queens in the state of the African diaspora. It is because we are able to talk directly to the kingdoms. And the villages are also in the kingdoms. They are supposed to be created before the smart cities, because we want to bring African descent and Pan-Africanists into the villages for them to recognize the land for smart cities, and for them to visit the countries and choose where they will be investing their money, you know, for businesses, for shops, for everything, you know, that will make smart cities. But hopefully we will begin this year, and we will begin with, in the villages, with the food garden for women, for girls, and they will be trained to grow for them. And then when they master this job, they will produce for our restaurant, because in the villages we will have restaurant, guest houses, and of course it will create jobs for people around these lands. So this is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really, we are working on the same thing. Like the 5,000 of land, this exists because I'm a princess. We have this. We have already created a village like that is functioning. We want to extend. So please, if we can work together, then whatever you need on the ground, as we have, we will just show to you what is already available.
Okay, thank you. Give me your contact in the chat. Where are you?
I'm a princess from Congo, but I came to South Africa, worked many years, but I work with my people.
Okay,
so if you say 1 month, we go there, we'll go. We have gold, we have diamond, we have fertile land for agriculture. You don't need to put any fertilizer. We have a project for tourism. The land is there next to a beautiful lake. Then we have the project for the city next to the village that is already functional.
Thank you very much. I would welcome Escofrica. Scofrica is indicating, I don't know which name I should use, but permit me use this. That's the name I see on
Hello,
my
Prince
screen.
Justin, I'm here.
Yes.
Okay.
We take one question before
All right,
Renella.
please go ahead.
Renella, we
Sorry.
welcome you to do your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask. My name is Grace Manika, trading at Scofrica. I was in and out, so I may be asking questions of something that's already been explained. Our lady mentioned tourism. What's the criteria? And secondly, I understand SOAD has a university. Am I right or wrong? And third question was, what's the criteria for joining membership? Thank you.
Thank you. Queen Mother, please.
Yes, we have got USOAD, the University of SOAD. It will be online, and it will be online soon. We will be also on the ground. We have got an embassy. Our first embassy is in Mozambique, and we will have friends in Mozambique. I think that we will soon eventually have our university over there, but we will also have faculties everywhere in Africa. And what was the other question?
The other question was criteria.
She wants to know the criteria for joining membership, for joining SWOT.
And also understand you've got a citizenship, citizenship.
Yes.
Oh, see, for citizenship, you go on our website and you will be able to apply. It is open to everybody. For the villages, it will be, we have got already land with landowners. We have got 81 projects for villages and agriculture. And in the villages, we will have 50 houses, guest houses, a restaurant, medical rooms, we will have medical rooms, sport rooms, and spiritual room. And it will be for tourists, and the tourists will be African descent and Pan-Africanists that want to come prior to buying and coming back to Africa.
Okay, I'll get in touch. My name is Grace Manika.
Yes, it will be a pleasure. My contact is in the chat.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Zanila, would you mind welcoming Queen Dr. Renuka, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, King Prince Justin. It's beautiful to get to have you, Queen Dr. Renuka Thakore, on the panel today. Dr. Renuka is speaking to us live from the United Kingdom, and she has very much, remarkable achievements in regards to development. And since she's a woman, we definitely have to, have a high accolade for appreciation for her. I see she has had so many awards. I think, for example, in 2023, she had a Star Volunteer Award. She had Entrepreneurial Thinker Award in 2023 as well. It seems, Queen, 2023 was your year. And it's so very beautiful to get to have you on the panel. Please, if you're in and ready and listening to me, kindly unmute your microphone and educate the African women, educate the Black woman. We would also like to learn from you so that we can as well win awards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for a generous invitation and introduction. And thank you, everyone. I did hear Queen Aediji, and I have met her several times. I'm very impressed. I also heard yesterday everyone talking about One Africa, enthusiasm, sustainable development, women leadership, and many other things. And I'm very pleased to be here, and I'm honored to be here. So thank you very much for, and also particularly I thank Prince Justin, who has been closely working with me, and we are doing several things which I would like to show up today. So here, let me share my screen. Okay, so I will start with Union Farms of Africa, where founder is Prince Justine, and UFA is on a mission to create AI-powered agribusiness, smart green villages, and many more things. So I will just go to this website and show you a few things, but you can also look at it when you are free to do so. So let me share again. So here is the real website. It is still in creation. However, we can show you few things. So as we move forward, there are several services offered by UFA, and especially in sustainable agriculture, climate smart education, carbon farming, creating value chains, creating leadership, and several partnerships. And further, it is more about taking from land to carbon. It is like everything in between. So I will explain that more in the concepts which I explain you. And there are several international, regional, and national partners with UFA, which is like Royal Chamber here. We already have heard about it. And the State of African Diaspora. And then it is myself, Global Sustainable Futures Network. I will tell in a minute about it as well, and then many others. And there are future projects like electrification of Africa, AI assisted farming practices, and we are also creating climate panels in, of course, first one is in Cameroon, but we will be creating soon in the various countries. So that is UFA, and let me go back to my presentation. So I have been already introduced. I would like to just mention one thing, which I am really, really passionate about is partnerships. My tagline or my belief is progress through partnership. In this today's segregated world and with several goals and aspirations at various levels, we can only win or we can co-create our sustainable future by partnerships. And that would lead to us to a sharing economy where I feel that we will have less and less inequality. I want to provide opportunities to everyone and all of you or all of us to grow and to also maintain sustainability and create resilience that we can support each other. So that is my ambition. And I was within all the awards, I'm really proud to mention one award where I was called upon by the government of Argentina to receive a Sustainability Leadership Award. And that is what I'm very, very proud, and I want to do that more and more towards the world. Having said that, let us look at several aspects that you have been hearing yesterday and since up till now about smart cities or climate change or sustainable agriculture, and what is all this. So let me just dwell into all that, and it may take long, but I will be quick to finish my presentation. So here, what's the problem? Of course, we are now most of us aware, and I think especially this group is well aware of global warming. And global warming is a long-term rise in average temperature in the Earth's climate, and it has impacted our weather conditions so severely that we are feeling very frequent and diverse weather impact around the world at several places, including developing countries and developed countries. But more strategically, here we need to understand that developing countries have not contributed to this rise in climate change or rise in carbon emissions and to directly to climate change. However, the direct impacts are on the developing countries, and Africa being the most countries within the developing countries criteria, it is the most affected region, and therefore we must be talking about it and trying to address it. And so if we go beyond 1.5 degree, we are already at 1.6 degree now. And if we go beyond that, what would happen? It is really, really, we will lose all our habitats. We will also lose completely bare about of sea ice. And we will mostly like 70% of coral reefs have gone already, but we will lose most of them. Again, a lot of work has been done on these all things, but however, they are not enough to bring back the weather to 1.5 continuously and continuing it for our better society. So, however, there are solutions, and they are in both. It is called climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. Climate change mitigation is more important because it can bring quick and better results, but also adaptation is required. to understand how we diffuse the mitigation solutions within our adapted environment. However, I would like to mention here few carbon capture solutions that are very commonly known to many of us. And they are like we should be phasing out fossil fuel, we should be using renewable energy. However, in renewable energy, we have to be using smart supply chain, like a sustainable supply chain and many other things. However, it is a good way to move forward. Then we can have green technology. Electrical mobility is one of the main contributor to our solutions, because nowadays we travel a lot and we travel in fossil fuel assisted vehicles, and therefore we need to move out of that. There is also deforestation due to the several other uses of land, such as, agriculture and many other like fodder and many other things. So even houses and, free spaces and so on. So we need to address deforestation. We have to use the meat, reduce the meat consumption, because I will show you later in our food chain that meat consumption requires lot of energy and lot of water, and they directly impact on carbon emissions, and therefore we need to stop that. However, so we have to move towards plant-based diet. We have to do reforestation, and we have to also reduce population, because we know that we are going over and we have already passed several, boundaries of population, and we cannot now cope with this. So we have to have better life for people and for our nature. We have to understand how should we put the policies to curb the population growth. And that is, again, all, should be assisted through carbon capture and storage technology. And that is what we can achieve climate change mitigation. However, while we are doing this, it will lead to sustainable practices, and it will grow or power our circular economy. And what does that mean? That it will give rise to several different markets of recycled material. We will have better designs. You must remember, like you would have remember, like we had supercomputer, which was really, really big one, which would not even fit in a room. But now we have a desktop computers, which we can just carry in our hand. So these are the examples of better designs and products. We can reduce process waste, because we are processing several things, and especially in food. The strawberry grown in Morocco or in, Africa somewhere might be very interesting to Europe people, because that color, and it is grown in very nice, environment, and it appeals them. However, with that strawberry, we are not only exporting strawberry, but we are exporting cubics and cubics meter of water, which is heavily burdened to Africa, where it is grown, because Africa itself is a scarce, having a scarcity of water. And that increases desalination of the soil, and it impacts the crops and the crops that are needed for the daily lifestyle of African people. And therefore, we cannot source our own food just because we are having to export. So we have to stop that vicious cycle. We have to be self-reliant, and we have to grow our food and be reliant for our food, and more healthy and nutritious food can be given to our own people. That would again impact good health and lessen the burden of health system. So these are all vicious cycles going on, which we may need to stop. And we should be doing all these scientifically. So these are few things like we can promote reuse, we can improve collection. As I already mentioned, transport is a big challenge, and we need to change it with the electric vehicle, but also we need to stop transporting things if they are not needed. And therefore, and we have to also invest in infrastructure such as this one. Today, we are able to bring all these people from around the world at any time together. I'm able, if I go to a conference in person, I can speak to one person only because it is face to face. Or I may be on a stage and I would be speaking to people, but I won't get eye contact, and people might be doing their own things. But to just now in Zoom, it is very focused attention, and people, I can reach out to at least 60 or whatever the number has joined, I can reach out to people directly. So this is what we need to invest in smart infrastructure. So decarbonization is beneficial, and it also accelerates the return of investment. I don't want to go into too many details, but it can definitely be powerful in saving water, saving energy, saving waste. All that will reduce our maintenance cost, and it will also produce new products that would be useful in market and for our businesses. And the climate tech approach should be there. We should be having support from the technology. So we first and foremost requirement for anything to be done is to calculate the numbers. If today also, when I said that, okay, I'm reaching out to 55 people on Zoom, then I can show that, yes, it is 55 people, which means something as objective, and people would believe me. And so we need to have numbers. We have to put them in place, and we have to understand what are the numbers and how. And then next time, if I at a Zoom and I would say, okay, today I was able to reach out to 100 people, I can say that today my audience was more than the last time. So you can compare. So that is what we want. We want everything to go into numbers. But however, not only sticking to the numbers, you need to be making some insights. That is what I mentioned now, that okay, if I have 100 people, meaning that there were more audience than the last time, and so I would dwell into seeing how that audience increased, or what type of audience was it, and how can I increase more from 100 to 200. So such an insight I can get from numbers, and then I can monetize on it, saying that, okay, last time there were only 55, and if I had charged them £2 per meeting, I could have got 110, but now it is 100. I can charge £1 a meeting, and that would give me £100. So that is what I can monetize. I can understand what was my return of investment in all these things. So this is all like, if you have numbers, you can become more business focused. You can bring more objective evidence, but also a subjective, but also important insights into that evidence. And that is how you can present your case. You can become more compliant to the requirements and so on. So that is what we want going forward for each and every activity. For example, today, even if I have walked 2 miles, I can say, oh, I walked 2 miles, and then tomorrow I walk 3 miles. Oh, I'm progressing towards 3 miles. And that is what we want. Each and every activity can be counted in numbers and can be translated into the insights. So here I have what I say is carbon platform. A carbon platform, all in one carbon platform. I have put a link also. I may not show you today because we don't have time, because I have to go through several other things. But there is a link here. You can explore it. It has several projects. So carbon credit project inventory is not so new. I mean to say that it is not, it may be new for us because we have entered into this area, say from now or maybe in a year or two before. But it is not new. Many people are doing this. And since 2015, since we have Paris Agreement, with all the countries on board saying that we want to reduce carbon emissions for climate change, many things have evolved, and there are many platforms like this, but this one is something very different. You may go on this platform and share and see what it is, but it has several projects and you would get several examples, and I will go through few projects already here so you will understand what it means. So I come to now sustainability project focus carbon credit projects. And they are mainly, I have just because I have heard these names from you, like areas that you are interested. And therefore I have brought these areas. There are several other areas, but mainly we can talk about, having carbon credit projects in agriculture, environment, smart city, and alternate fuels. And here within the agriculture, we can have, say, tea and coffee and cocoa plantations. We can have coconut farms or others. We can have bamboo and many others. All crops also can go in here. And then even we can have livestock, we can have dairy farming and many others, So the whole agriculture sector, I'm talking about whole agriculture sector. And then all environment sector, waste management, plastic, recycling, and so on. Within the smart city, we can have like smart green street lights, and I don't know if you have flew over Egypt anytime. This time last year in February, I had a chance to go to Egypt, and unfortunately, I was just there in the evening time. And when I landed, I saw the whole Egypt yellow because it is now in a yellow color, in a sense of very low energy street lights. And it was beautiful to see the contrast between white and yellow. And you may also see from the satellites now that many, many countries have moved to street lights with low energy. And that is really encouraging to see. Likewise, we have building management solutions because in buildings today where we live and our lifestyle has become such that we generally spend our 90% of our time in buildings, whether it is a workplace or office or a home. So, and either we are in cold region or a hot region or a developing or developed countries, we are now very used to having a comfortable weather, a comfortable temperature. We are used to living in comfortable temperature, and that requires air conditioning, whether it might be hot conditioning or cold conditioning. But we need air conditioning, and we are also nowadays slightly prosperous than before. And so we have larger spaces to heat or cold. And this is a very big problem because the space heating or cooling contributes to a very large number of carbon emissions. And then we have air quality and purification where, especially as I mentioned with the vehicles, we are all now used to having one or two or four vehicles at home. And we are traveling a lot more than before. And so commuting is essential, no doubt. But however, we are emitting carbon emissions very high in the atmosphere. So going back to now alternate fuels, we have e-electricity, rooftop solar energy, and solar farms. If we go to renewable energy, we can get even into carbon credit. So these are all examples of carbon credit projects which we can tap into. So let me get into why and what carbon credits for Africa. As I already mentioned, we can have carbon credit projects like plastic, biochar, water, agriculture, sugarcane, and afforestation, and so on. And so carbon credit, what does it mean? It is a certification representing the reduction of 1 ton of carbon dioxide, that is GHG, carbon greenhouse gas, or any plastic waste or anything. So it is reduction of carbon, 1 ton of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and you get a certificate against it, which earns you a carbon credit. So that is it, what it means by carbon credit. So how it works, we have to, as I said, we have to calculate your carbon emission. Then we have to put a reduction process to carbon emissions. And when you reduce, so you have to count. And when you reduce, you can say that, okay, I have now reduced. And how you reduce? Because there would be a change in your process. It would be more sustainable and better practice that will also be again monitored and verified by the third party. And when it is done that, you will earn a certificate, and that will make you a carbon credit owner, and that can bring you money. Or you can also be proud of saying that I am doing some sustainable project, or you will be, I'm earning carbon credit. So that is how it works. And of course, it is really important for environmental benefits, but also it brings economic advantage, because it, within that process, it allows you to innovate. It allows you to save all any aspect that you are looking. It may be waste, it may be energy, it may be water, it may be agriculture, whatsoever. So it will allow you to save. So you are making the profit the day you start thinking of carbon credit, okay, in many ways. But finally, as an economic return, also you get that money at the end of the carbon credit process and earning of the carbon credit. So there are several initiatives in Africa at the moment, and there is a huge, priority shown by various stakeholders that this is needed and we should be doing. And there are several reforestation, just as Green Wall is the biggest project going on, and people look at this project with very high respect. And Africa has gained a very high name, a reputation for that. So it's a huge project, and that is what it is. And Africa has also, some of the very big reserves of forest, and they can count on this. And how we can then save those forests from deforestation. That is what we want to look at. But however, at the as we are going through the development stages, Africa has to use their own resources to develop. And therefore, we have already used several resources and we have impacted negatively on our environment. And that needs to be stopped. We want to develop ourselves, but with a low carbon technologies. And we want to also increase our cultural heritage that we had a few generations before. And that is where we want to go. And these all things can be possible or earned back through carbon credit projects. And however, there are several challenges and opportunities. I will come to those things. However, I will focus on opportunities, because when you see the vision of opportunities, you get ready to address challenges immediately. When you say, for example, if I say today that, okay, I am going to give you 1 carbon credit, you will say, oh, how can I get it? I would say, okay, you just stop reducing, generating your waste, and you will immediately work on it. So these challenges can be addressed very easily if you have a mindset or vision for opportunities. So here I come with plastic and biochar. What is happening again here? The same sequence. You have to collect everything, then segregate properly, accordingly into various streams, and then you can uh, either dispose it to the responsible waste collector or you can recycle. Now, there is two process I mentioned. When you dispose to the waste collector, you earn a carbon credit. But again, if you recycle, you again earn a carbon credit. So you have this whole, and when this recycled product is used by someone, then again there could be a carbon credit benefit. So you see that it goes on, and therefore each process has carbon credit benefits, and you can work on it. So here is a simple process, like waste collection is done, then the waste collection is transferred, then the sorting of waste is done, then non-usable waste is dumped, but however, it also has to be dumped very responsibly, so that it does not disturb your soil and it does not, make your environment detrimental or degraded. And then you have to put it into the treatment facility so that the waste is processed and then the new products are developed. So these are some cycles that can be, and there are very, very good examples, not only worldwide, but also in Africa. I am working on several projects like this, and I'm pleased that people are very enthusiastic to work towards it. So here then there is another, however, I won't go too much in detail. I have already done like spoken, but here this is more details. But I will share these slides and then you can go through it if anyone is especially interested in it. Then we have, and this is very important because plastic has a detrimental impact on environment, especially in our rivers and water bodies, and also in the soil. There are several toxic material going into our ground, and they are introduced into the ground table water, and so it is contaminated. And therefore, and again, the waste that is lying in landfill give rise to several diseases and so on. So we have to be definitely managing our waste. And many, many countries in Africa even do not have waste regulations. They are still thinking of it. And I think we should be actively working towards it by helping the government and the communities to do that. Next, I come to the biochar. Biochar is the waste produce, we 70% of Africa or more has agriculture as their main activity, and in agriculture and forestry, biochar is produced. Waste is produced, and this waste can be easily turned into biochar. And I will show the process how it is done. That this pit is, here one pit is made, then it has a small ignition of fire, and then the waste is put in it and it is burned. But however, nowadays, this process is also not seen as very sustainable because this fire emits some carbon emissions, and therefore the new method has come, which is called biochar process in a pyrolysis reactor. And there are several climate bond, green bonds for such processes, and people can or community can come together to have such a reactor very easily, and that can help. Now, let me tell you about biochar and why it is very special. Biochar requirement today in the world is 85% more than what it is already having, okay? So there's a huge demand for biochar, And only we are able to transfer waste, like 12% of our waste, into biochar. So there's a huge demand for these biochar practices business. And so anyone who are related to, say, 100 farmers or something like that, they should get into this business. Now, water and agriculture. I did mention about water before, and I'm so particular because yesterday was Water Day as well. And I would like, I think I shared one film that you should have looked, which highly explained the water importance of water and conservation, and how we should be dealing with water problems. However, I think many communities are dealing with the water security scarcity at the moment, and especially with the clean water to drink. And this is a huge problem everywhere. And what happens that 80% of water is used in agriculture, and therefore agriculture plays a very big role in water management. And so we have to have very sustainable farming methods for water irrigation and water. And whatever we save as a water, for example, rain harvesting, if we are able to harvest our rain whenever it is there, we will be stopping the runoffs. We will be accumulating that water for the rest of the year, and we will be using it sensibly, and we will be helping the farming. And so we need to have, and we will also get a carbon credit for that. So we should have these water harvesting and sustainable practices in agriculture. Now, when we talk about this, sugarcane has it is a renewable crop. It grows very fast. It has ability to harvest multiple times. So sugarcane is a unique thing here, like unique crop, because it also creates a lot of waste. So you can get a biochar project out of it, but also it needs a lot of water, and so you can also get water credits out of it. And therefore it is very important that you focus on crops like these, which are something similar to sugarcane. And then let me tell you what we have as a water credit. This is a common scenario in most countries in Africa, not only in Africa, I would say in all the world. But because I'm focusing on Africa today, most of this scenario is there when rain comes. And then when rain goes, it is dry. And so we have to manage water. Here you can see there is a loss of agriculture, loss of life, loss of properties, and loss of our soil, all that. And we have to stop this. We have to stop it immediately. And you can see here, agriculture accounts to 70% of global water withdrawals. And here in Africa, the first column, you can see 81.2% of water is used for agriculture. It is a huge amount of water is used in agriculture, and therefore it poses us a huge opportunity to reduce the water consumption. And you can see in Americas, though they are also having a water scarcity and so on, but you can see the difference. And therefore we want to make the use of our technology and also our intelligence and the processes that we should be doing that, and market instruments that are available for us. So you can see here that 1 glass of orange juice will require 170 liters of water. 1 apple will require 70 liters of water. 1 egg would require 135 liters of water. So I mean to say here that we don't realize what is the water footprint. We have been talking about carbon footprint so far, but carbon footprint, water footprint is a part of carbon footprint, and carbon footprint is water footprint is very high in these food things. These are only few examples. And here you can see that if we are eating vegetables, we are consuming the lowest amount of water. But if we are using meat, you can see here the bovine meat. It is so high, 15,415 times higher than vegetation. So you can see that how expensive is eating meat to us. And then we can go to the water credit. So like, what is the definition? Again, it is a tradable unit, just as the carbon credits. And again, it has to be all the same process. We have to measure it. We have to reduce the amount of water used. And then we have to establish, monitor it, and verify it. And then we get a carbon water credits. Likewise, it is definitely very, very important for sustainable development, because the water saved can be used for other purposes. And, we will have several other innovations that can help. Today also, many, many girls or women have to work for more than 6 hours to just get a drinking water in Africa and elsewhere in the world. So I would say we have to work on water as well, along with carbon credits. So environment, economic benefits, they are very clear. I don't need to say anything. Everything that we save will turn into our economic benefit, and environmental impact would be lessened as we do that. Regional overview, like North Africa is known as a diverse economies and strategic position because it has some countries like Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco, which has a rich culture in heritage and significant market potential. As I said, gave you an example of strawberry in Morocco. I have been personally there on the farm of strawberry in Morocco. And, we were not allowed to even sneeze there, or to have a cigarette or anything like that there, because they wanted the air to be so good, so that they produce these strawberries that are demanded by European countries. So you become a slave for that, But if we think very rightly and very properly, then these same the soil and the farms can be used for production of uh, crops that are native and that are for own people. Then they can be self-reliant more than what they could do with the export. Okay, we have seen that globalization has increased the export, but has never made any country self-reliant or self-sufficient. So we have to work or think alternately. Now, with the sub-Sahara Africa, also we have like varied geography and natural resources, and they are all there is a rapid urbanization going on. There is a youthful population. I must mention that Africa is the youngest continent, and in 2050, it will be the largest, youngest continent. And we will have to give these young people employment, the better heritage of our nature. And how we do that? If we don't try today, if we don't start today, we will be nowhere. Our young people will have nothing to be enjoying as a nature or as economic businesses and other things. So we have to start today for future generation. Potential growth areas are definitely agriculture sector, but also industrialization. Like, that is what I'm saying. We have to, agriculture so far was like just as a family business, or the things or the activity that you need to do to fill your stomach. It is not taken as serious as an industry. We have to approach agriculture as a business, as an industry. There's a huge potential to approach it as an industry. And government policies and initiatives, we must work with government. We have to have our water strategies. We should have private and public partnership, and we should go above regional conflicts. We should have regional cooperation. And I think that is just in a one voice here I see. Yesterday I heard the keynote speaker, first keynote speaker, I think it was Dr. I don't remember the name, but probably she was the Queen Julian or before that, but very wonderful speech, and I'm impressed. So we should follow those all good words that have been preached to us. And capacity building. Of course, we are here to train you, to provide you effective training programs, and community engagement is the most important and highest priority here, because if community, that is agriculture community or waste community or whatsoever, if they are not on board, we will never able to win the race. So technology solutions are there. Several are there, like innovative irrigation method, water treatment technology, and many others. There are many other technologies, even nature-based solutions are there. And we should be looking at all those solutions to apply. So there are technology solutions. There are, even if you show that you have technology, you have will to do, you will also get finance and you will be able to do that local projects. So there are several, incentives to go into carbon credit projects. And of course, we will be able to stop conflict, and water rights would be more important to us, because if we say that this is a win-win situation for you and me both, then there is no conflict. So we will be able to solve these problems. Conflict can come only with the scarcity, but if we are providing a solution to scarcity, we will be winning the race. So sustainable strategies, as I already mentioned, it should be community-led. It should be long-term planning. This, we are not talking about 1 or 2 years. We are talking about 30 to 40 or 100 years. I mentioned that in 2050 or more, when we have young generation, the highest young generation in Africa, I'm talking about that future. We also have Agenda 2063 in Africa. So you have to look at a long term and give solutions for that. And there is an international collaboration. And I would say Africa is enough for own collaboration. If we make it one Africa, and if we join hands within the states of Africa, it is enough. We don't require any other people to get into it. I heard yesterday also, we have immense, and I would say, listen to the ambassador of Africa to US. She gave a speech after the US president announced the sanctions on the African aids. Listen to that. I can put a link here. She mentioned that Africa has minerals and resources and the capacities as much as any other country or any other continent. It is up to Africa to decide what to do. They do not have to rely on these sanctions. These were her words, and I completely believe in that, and I completely agree with her. So now I come with Carbon Card Africa, which I think Prince Justin was waiting for this slide, because it is his doings, and he has made this document that how we can introduce or how we can work with carbon credit market with Carbon Guard Africa document. And it is a constitution that we want to lay down for each and every one, all of us who are interested in a better future of Africa. So here we have made some, I can share the document later, but I have made some slides also to explain it a little bit. So the preamble is that we have a collective mission and we want to work together. And therefore we are called Carbon Guard Africa. And it is a commitment to combat climate change and promote sustainable development. We want to address Africa's unique challenges and get into the opportunities of carbon credit and environmental change. We want to engage with governments, private sectors. We want to promote green technology. We want to empower nations. And all these things we need to protect our economic development, but also ecosystems and enhance sustainable practices. So how do we advance, like what is the purpose of having this document? It will guide us to advance through sustainable development and carbon trading. It will promote collaboration and inclusivity, and it will enhance climate resilience and protecting biodiversity. And the vision is that we want to achieve sustainable development, resilient communities, equitable partnership, biodiversity protection, and global leadership. And it is a commitment to sustainable practices, and therefore I started this Carbon Guard document afterwards, before I explained to you all the insights into carbon credit projects, that what is required. It requires sustainable practices. It is underpinning principle is sustainable practices. If you do not have sustainable practices, you are not going to get reduction in carbon, and you will not be able to get carbon credit projects on board. So that is very important. Also, it is all the carbon credit projects are community focused, that whether it is doing any good to the community or not. So it will take the power to the community rather than the leaders. And the structure of governing would be something like we will have a board of directors for this and trustees, then executive director would be there, there would be several committees, and there would be advisory board, and then could be a staff that can help us to deliver these objectives. And there will be rights and responsibilities. So we will be inviting everyone here, you and including everyone who are outside this rim, to be members of Carbon Guard Africa, and they would have some rights and responsibilities. They will have voting rights, access to information, participation in all the projects, and benefits also like events and training and many other things. As well as they will have some responses, such as they will have to comply with the membership requirements and guard constitutional and regulatory requirements. They will receive, they will have to support, and they will also receive support, and they will have to contribute towards this by bringing projects and so on. And the ethical behavior would be topmost priority for all the members who enjoy being a member of Carbon Guard Africa. So there would be several different membership, and there would be a membership application process. All these things will be on a website, and we will be creating soon a website. And the membership fee will depend on the type of the membership they get, and there will be also all procedures in place for enrolling the member or onboarding the member, as well as terminating the member. And there could the budgetary procedures will be very transparent and very open. They will be audited, and they will comply with the requirement of regulations internationally and locally as well. And there could be several forms of profit sharing, like for staff, it might be base salary, but for stakeholders, it could be weighted factors. And then, of course, with the community, it could be, some sort of profit sharing, but it will be transparent and communicated with the community and seen how it is. It will also have performance metrics. And there would be all legal and compliance consideration within all this. And then there would be this various allocation method to allocate different shares to various stakeholders. Then there will be a compliance to rules, regulations, and standards like international standards. We will be complying to, say, policy agreement alignments such as Paris Agreement. Then for renewable energy, we have targets. Like for all these things, we have targets, and we will align to the global targets. But at the same time, wherever these projects are based, we will look at the local and international or regional laws over there to abide to the government, working with the government and working with the local community elders and others who are in charge of the community and so on. So it would be all the time, it would be a stakeholder engagement model that would preside on all this. And then there would be a certification process. And I have explained that several times, but however, there would be a methodology that could be data collection, counting of emission factors, and then there would be a verification process. And this all will be documented, and it would require baseline setting, then additionality and registry participation. I explained you International Carbon Registry, and all the projects needs to be registered there. And then there would be a reporting and transparency, and then there would be a confined, improvement would be shown, and then the procedure for certification will follow. And then there would be issuance of carbon credits, which can be registered again for sell and buy and sell on a registry. And the carbon tradings can be possible. So these are all the different things of carbon credit market and certification. I will stop here for now, and I think I have given enough of information on carbon credit. I'm open for any questions. I see several chat here, so let me go through any chat if we have. And I'm open for questions if anyone to ask while I'm going through the chat.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Queen Takore. That was a beautiful, long presentation. We're here to learn. I like the passion and I admire the passion that you have in developing Africa in all areas, from providing water to food security to environmental security. These are mainly things that actually it's women who are involved. When water is not in the house, it's a woman who's stressed. So it's beautiful that you brought this here. I'm glad and I'm aware that people have learned and we are picking up new things. It's my first time actually getting to hear about the depth of the of the carbon market, the carbon investment, and just as you spoke, that is very beautiful. So real quick, Queen, I think
Thank you. Thank
my
you so
queen,
much.
yeah, thank you so much as well for presenting, and welcome to Oma. We'll definitely connect you and try to develop women in the grassroots. So I'd request Dr. Renuka that you kindly allow us, our next guest, she's been on the line for a while, so I'd kindly request that you allow us introduce her. Then after that, we'll have a joint questionnaire, because I definitely know people have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions myself, because the presentation has been so beautiful and long. So I'd like to get to hear from our next guest. But before that, Queen Kate, you ready to make us jump for a sec?
Absolutely. I've been waiting for this moment.
Thank you. I'm ready to jump. Take us through.
I am definitely here to make everybody jump. And but before I do that, I'd like to ask Queen Mamacita. Queen Mamacita, do you have anything to say before we go for our musical break?
Hey, Queen Katie, thank you very
Hi, Queen
much for the
hi.
thank you very much for the opportunity. I was just listening to our speakers, And yeah, I was like, women entrepreneurs need to be encouraged to take more calculated risks. And I think this requires confidence and business skills. So I think I don't have much to say, but I'm just saying to everyone in the house, consider yourself lucky today to be here and enjoy every moment. Queen Katie,
Thank you.
over to you.
Thank you, Queen Mobasuchik. Thank you. Our next song is titled is by Iyata Safari. It is titled I'm a Black Woman. Do enjoy.
Iyata Safari. I kept an undertow, the earth and the water. Cause I'm a black woman, a natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy as the birds and the bees, and I'm firm and rooted and grounded like the trees. A black woman, natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy as the birds and the bees, and I'm firm and rooted and grounded like the trees. Think twice before you try to approach me. Think twice before you try to step to me. Think twice before you try to procreate with me. Cause I'm the first mother, the African queen. Think twice before you try to disrespect me. Think twice and never come to me with no folly. Never you forget you're amongst royalty. Remember my strength and not just cause I'm a black woman, a natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy as the birds and the bees, and I'm firm and rooted and grounded like the trees. A black woman, natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy as the birds and the bees, and I'm firm and rooted and grounded like the trees. African daughter, first in creation, natural woman, the mother of our nation, gave birth to the king, builders of nations. To Africa we trod without hesitation. We are the black mothers of the Nile, and black man, woman, and child. Melanated, organic, so fly. When you see the sun, you see an African. Cause I'm a black woman, a natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy as the birds and the bees, and I'm firm and rooted and grounded like the trees. A black woman, natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy as the birds and the bees, and I'm firm and rooted and grounded like the trees. Natural woman coming from the east, a black woman wrapped in royalties. I'm a natural woman coming from the east, made of the moon, the earth, and the seas. Natural woman coming from the east, a black woman wrapped in royalty. Never you try to defile the queen, cause I am the moon, the stars, and the seas. Yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. A natural woman, an African woman, a natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy, birds and the bees, firm rooted like the trees. We come to uplift the dance like the trees. I'm a black woman. I'm a black woman. Cause I'm a black woman, a natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy as the birds and the bees, and I'm firm and rooted and grounded like the trees. A black woman, natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy as the birds and the bees, and I'm firm and rooted and grounded like the trees. I'm a black woman, a natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy as the birds and the bees, and I'm firm and rooted and grounded like the trees. A black woman, natural beauty, made up of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Same energy as the birds and the bees, and I'm firm and
by Iyata Safari, Black woman, making me proud to be a Black African woman. Now, we will remember that One Map Africa, through initiatives like this conference, aim to bridge the gap between emerging and established entrepreneurs, ensuring that African businesses not only survive but thrive in a competitive global economy. Now, One Map Africa supports women entrepreneurs by offering business development training, practical workshops, and mentorship programs tailored for women-led businesses, funding and investment opportunities, connecting entrepreneurs with investors, investor grants, and microfinancing institutions, market access and networking, creating platforms for women to showcase their businesses, forge partnership, and expand their reach. Innovative in technology, providing insights on digital tools and strategies to scale businesses in modern economy. At One Map Africa, the belief is that women succeed in businesses, communities flourish, and economies grow, and Africa prospers. It is an honor to be a part of this initiative in hosting this transformative conference and celebrating the phenomenal women shaping the future of African entrepreneurship. To my moderators, Prince Justin and Queen Zanella, I would like to hand the reins back to you.
Thank you so much. That is our beautiful DJ from Lesotho. They say Lesotho. I used to call it Lesotho. Down here in Kenya, we pronounce everything, with the way they are. That is beautiful, Queen. I like your choice of music. Yes, you're welcome. I like your choice of music. It's a beautiful day. I'm listening to me. I'm in Nairobi, but I'm listening to music from Lesotho live. I mean, technology is beautiful, and I'd urge African women to use this technology to empower ourselves.
Yeah. Technology
I would like to take.
does do wonders.
Yes. Yes. So right now I'm figuring out in my head, all of us are in here. We are seated at different parts of the world with the common agenda that regardless of the geographical differences, regardless of the of the time differences, we're going to sit here. Africa has to develop. Queen Renuka Taroke, I'm having a problem pronouncing your name, but that was a beautiful presentation. Very, very beautiful presentation. I love your idea about the continent. We love to get to introduce our next guests on. I can already notice she's seated here so beautiful. I see her dress is written Africa. I mean, that's an African woman right there. Our guest is Queen Annie Garlet. Queen Annie Garlet is from Congo. She's from the cradle of Africa. Congo is where all the goodnesses come from. We are all right now connected to on social media. We all have devices in our houses, and all of us literally, we have more than one devices per household. The devices were all. It was possible to make all these devices for us to get to communicate through Congo. The minerals that they mine in Congo makes it possible to make your cell phone. So if Congo say not today to their mine part, if Congo closes their borders to anyone, we'll all be short of smartphones. We'll all be having problems in communication. So let's all put a 1-second salute for Congo. And then welcome our great queen, Reverend Annie Galette. If you're in the house, Queen, please unmute your microphone and take the floor. Speak to the African people. Queen from Congo. I can see she's in as Annie Claire Mangolo. Annie Claire Mangolo, beautiful Queen Annie Claire Mangolo. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, please unmute your microphone and take the floor.
Yes, I can hear you nicely. Before I take the floor, I asked the technique team to put for me the video. I don't know if they are ready with the video.
Mike, are you in? Please assist Queen Annie Gale. Mike, kindly. She's on the floor right now.
Can you share it? Yeah. My WhatsApp.
Mike, are you in? King Justin. King Justin, can you help me find Mike? The Queen had requested that she has a video that she sent to the team that she wanted it to be on the, or maybe you can make her a co-host so that she's able to share the video. Kind.
One moment.
King Justin, can you hear me?
1 minute, let me check.
Okay, apologies, Queen Annie girl. We really
Yes, it's
apologize.
fine.
We're working on it. Appreciate your patience with that.
Yes. I'm not sure if I could share it. Is the team ready? Or
I think Annie is already co-host, so she can share.
Oh, I'm
In
not
order, you
sure.
can share your screen here. Yeah.
I'm not sure about my WhatsApp, so give me a bit of time.
All right, all right.
It's all right, my queen. You have all the time. We apologize for the inconveniences.
Yeah. So I have to make sure. Go to my WhatsApp.
I want them to ask them if they can see.
Huh?
Ask them if they can see your screen.
Can you see my screen? Cherche Annabelle.
Yes, yes, you can see your screen, Queen.
Cherche Annabelle. Go up. Just give me a bit of time, yeah? Tu avais... Attends, je pense que c'est ça. Non, non, c'est this one.
Just give me a second.
One way, because there's the other one is one way. No, it's not working. No, it's not the one that's supposed to share. Yes. Yeah.
The video is paused, my queen. We can't get any sound from it.
I sent the copy.
My queen, Queen Annie Gule, I've actually liaised with the tech team and they're bringing your screen in less than 2 minutes. It will be there. So sorry for the inconveniences.
So we can take down this one, right?
Yes, we can just take this one down. The tech team is getting in less than a minute, kind of.
Hello?
Yes, my queen, just
Yeah,
hold
we
on.
can hear you.
The tech team will give you the video.
Okay,
in a while.
just let
Yes.
me. Yeah, I think it would be better we wait for the team to give the video so
Yes.
that it won't interrupt with my presentation, because if I have to go and fetch the video, it will be interrupting.
Okay.
Yes, Queen, they're coming in less than a minute.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I can see the video, the slides are there. And I think you watched the first video. I think everyone watched the first video.
It wasn't
Can you
so
hear me?
clear, so I'd really request if they do a recap of it that's now proper, Queen.
Okay, if they can do the recap of the video so that I can start. Okay, the first slide. Can we go to the first slide? Yes, the first one, yes. No, go down. Yes. The first slide, you must go up, up. No, that one you are going down, must go up. Okay, yeah. We are at the first, so I would like to greet everyone on this platform. I'll greet you with a song again, a song of Africa, which is in Swahili. Yes, jambo, jambo sana, habari, habari mzuri, wageni, wakaribisha, Afrika wetu, hakuna matata. Yes, it's a way to say, to greet with Swahili, hoping that one day Swahili become the common language for all Africa. The song is just greeting and saying that here in Africa, there's no trouble. We are living in peace, there's no trouble, for everyone who's coming as a guest in Africa is welcome. Yes, so I would like to talk about this platform, which is called Flash. Let me introduce first Flash. Flash is standing for Female Leader, Africa Service Humanitarian. So today, Flash will be talking about the spiritual leadership of African female. So as the second slide is showing the spiritual leadership of African female, we can go to the third slide. The third slide is the presentation of the agenda. We're gonna start with the introduction of the opening of Flash, and then we'll give the definition of Flash, and we will present Flash with the 10 Fs, and we're gonna pass by the conclusion. Okay, now Flash, the facade of Flash Spirit. What is the facade of Flash Spirit? Actually, Flash is a Pan-African platform. It's a Pan-African platform which reconnects African female leaders with the African spirit which is called Ubuntu. Ubuntu is the humanity of other. I am because we are all. So I don't know if the technique can put for me the second video, which illustrates the Ubuntu spirit. Do you have the second video? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, you're clear, Queen.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. The tech team is working.
Do you have the second video, which represents the spirit of Ubuntu?
We're not seeing the second video. Sorry.
Okay. So I don't know if I can share it.
Can you show it from your screen?
Yeah, is what I'm trying to do now.
Okay.
Can you send me the second video, please? You.
Is it the one with the broom and the flag for Congo?
Yes, it's the one I want now.
Okay. Just a sec.
Did you find it? Did you send to me? Yeah, I'm showing you.
Quinn, is it possible we can go on without the video and maybe share it later?
Hello?
Oh, okay. Here it is. Thank you. Great.
Did you watch the video? Hello?
Yeah, I think the video is here now. Can you hear us, Queen? The video is playing.
The video is here
Yes,
now.
the video is playing, but it seems like there's no volume, né?
Our tech team, some volume, please.
United.
Or maybe
Yeah,
Queen,
I think there's a
I
problem.
I can just help by yeah, go ahead.
Yes, so I think we cannot, it can just come back to the slides. So I will just explain the video. We can come back to the slides. Yeah. Yes, so because we cannot see the video, I will try to illustrate a little bit. I don't know if you can see me on the screen. Can you see me on the screen?
Yes, We can see you with the broom, Queen. We can see you.
Yes. So I would like, because this is the spirit of Flash, which is our organization. It stands for Female Leader Africa Service Humanitarian. A platform which reconnects the African female leader with the African spirit, the spirit of Ubuntu, which is the humanity of others. I am because we are all. Another way we say that if I am alone, I will be breakable. You see, one stick of the broom is easily broken. So whenever Africa is alone, it is easily broken. As you can see, if I'm alone, I'm breakable. But if we come together, all Africans come together, whatever we try, we cannot be broken. We cannot be broken. We are together. We are unbreakable. So this is the spirit of Africa, the Ubuntu spirit that we are building in Africa. I can continue. Can I have the following slide? The following slide is about presenting what is really Flash, the history of Flash. How did we come about Flash? The founder of Flash. Actually, Flash was founded by Reverend Dr. Amy, which is me. I had a vision of Africa map. I saw Africa map as it was seen on the Flash that we saw before. It was stained by the hand, fully bloody hands. We see bloody hand everywhere in the map, on the map of Africa. So on that vision, I was wondering, what is the meaning of this bloody hand? And a voice came to me saying that this is the hand, these are the hands of our brothers or sisters, our children, which were killed by the invader, the invader who came from outside to snatch our resources. So then I saw women, as you can see in the map, women coming out, the apparition of women from the 5 corners of Africa, north, south, east, west, and central. And they were having on their chest lights. We could see lights appearing on their chest. So, and the voice is telling me that these are the women who will come to rebuild Africa, who will come to reconnect Africa with the spirit of Africa. So it is time for us to teach the generation to come about the spirit of Africa. You should know that we are composed in 2 parts. There is this part which is called a spiritual realm. It's actually a real world, but it is invisible. It is a spiritual realm. And we do have another part of us, which is physical realm. It is the visible world. You can touch it. So it needs to be connected. The physical realm and the spiritual realm should be connected. Once it's disconnected, it is death. Actually, is what happened in Africa. Once the invader came in, we were disconnected with the spirit of Africa. Africa was disconnected with the Ubuntu spirit. So death came in. So the appearance, the apparition of those women with the light on their chest, they were bringing a new message. First of all, what is the light coming from the chest? We all know that light is a source of illumination. Light is a source of illumination. So what is a source? A source is a point of contact, a point of connection. And what is illumination? Is a profound inner connection to a point of contact which leads energetic visibility. So for the visibility of Africa to be, for Africa to come back to the invisibility, we need light. We need light which will illuminate Africa again. So the women are mandated to bring that light back to Africa. So this is the mission of Flash. Flash has a mission to bring back the light to Africa, to reconnect Africa with the spirit of the Ubuntu. So how do we function as a Flash? As Flash Female Leader Africa Service Humanitarian, we function on empowering. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, we function on empowerment of the women to establish a leadership entrepreneurship to education system. As you can see in the picture, we look for how women can receive education, can participate, can be in contact with a system of education which can empower them. And through our experience, you can see there is 4 women on the pictures. We get opportunity to connect with another platform which is called Siwena, and it allows the women of our platform and other community to have some courses in one of the biggest university in South Africa, because we are based in South Africa. And it was a certificate which helped the women to learn more about entrepreneurship. So we function on creating opportunity to establish the leadership in entrepreneurship through the education of women. So what is our focus as Flash? As Flash, our focus is the transformation of the women gift, potential, idea, imagination into speciality, into uniqueness. Every woman, we believe, she has a gift, she has an idea, she can imagine something. So Flash came about to help the woman with an idea. She can transform it, she can materialize it to make it unique and special. So the following slide is talking about the followers of Flash. You can go up. The follower, after we have the followers of Flash, I think there is a bit of, yeah, thank you. The followers of Flash. The follower, who are the followers of Flash? When I'm talking about the followers of Flash, it means the members of Flash. The members of Flash are people in the community. Actually, we go in the community to meet women. We meet women in the community and we help those women from their product to make it known to other people, to make it known in our community. So whoever has an idea or an imagination that you want to put it into action, you want to materialize it, Flash is here to come to help the woman to materialize her idea. So where do we find the funds? Our funds for Flash. How do we find Flash? Actually, Flash, we found it based on the system of monthly financial support, which is rotating among men by 2 or partnership. The rotating monthly financial support is what we call in many countries. In Congo, we call it Likelemba. It means like 10 women or 6 women can come together and they can put an amount of money which we give to one, and that women can put, it can help her to start her business. And the next month, we give to another woman, and so on, so that every woman can have a fund to start her business. And the other way also, we come by 2 partnership. In the 2 partnership, we try to put together two group of women. We put like the women with a financial stability and the women which the financial is not stable, so that they can come together and they can partner and start the business together. So what is our fulfillment is where I will spend more time with you to talk about the fulfillment of Flash. As you see, I put on 13 fulfillment, but we have more than 13. So I put those one. I can try to share with you the experience, how we empower women. The first one, we have Flash Scrapyard. Flash Scrapyard is a story of a Cameroonian woman. As we say, we are a platform which joins all the African women. So there is a Cameroonian woman where the husband was working, but the income was not enough. So she was just staying at home, not doing something. So she came up with an idea that if I can have a space, I can be collecting all the the other queens spoke about wasting. I can be collecting the iron, the plastic bottle, and then I put together and I go and sell it. So Flash supported her by giving her a space. On the picture, we put all the pictures together, but you can see there is plenty iron on the scripture. We created a space so that the woman can start buying some wasting bottles, plastic bottle, iron, and then she can go and sell it. And it was working so nicely, business, that it happened that the husband lost also the business. When the husband lost the business, he joined the business for the woman, and they end up bought a truck. Now they sell more iron and wasting, and they have now an idea to start a recycle at the same place. So they are looking for a bigger space where they can have they can start recycling all the wasting. So this is what Flash did with a Cameroonian lady. And we have Saloon. We have Flash Air Saloon. In Flash Air Saloon is many experience. There is a Congolese lady. There is also a Zimbabwean lady that we empower to open saloon. Actually, the word of Flash is Flash at home work. Flash at home work, it means you work at home. I will mostly talk here about the tax shop, because many of our women, they end up open tax shop in the number 10, the tax shop. There was a woman who was in the streets with her daughter, not knowing where to stay. So when she joined Flash, there was a garage that we fixed for her. She was staying in the garage, and as we say, Flash at home work. So she was working from home. So it means what we create with Flash, we make women not to be jobless, to create an income, their own income by working at home if possible. So we created that space for her, a small room. She's staying with her daughter. So today they can make a living with the small amounts of income that generate from the shop where she's sleeping with her daughter as well. We have also Flash Bakery, Flash clothing sewing, Flash Kitchen. The Flash Kitchen is a Zimbabwean lady and a Mozambican lady as well that we empower in Flash Kitchen. We have Flash clothing sewing. The Kenyan ladies, I'm talking about ladies because many Kenyan, they are mostly in clothing and bag sewing. So we empower them, we give them space local so that they can do that business. We have also Congolese ladies in it. And we have Flash Bakery. In the Flash Bakery currently, because Flash exists for 14 years, for 10 years, since 2014 that Flash was started in 2014. So it's been 10 years, 11 years this year. So we are talking about those one we are working since last year because there was many before as well. So Flash Bakery is held by a Ghanaian couple who came to South Africa looking a way to go to United States. Things did not work well for them. So in South Africa, they joined our platform, and now today they have their space where they are running their business as a bakery. We have also, yeah, I will give the number, I will give the address of Flash. We are based in Bertram's 58 Road, and the other office is in 19 Fillion Road, Bertram's, 19 Fillion Road, Bertram's. So at Flash, we have also medical doctor room. Medical doctor room where myself, I work as a doctor, and I connect also my women which need more. I connect them with other doctors on the field, because I'm working also in the hospital. We have also Flash Dental Room. Flash Dental Room where we help women who are problem with the dental problem. We have also psychotherapy room. Those three rooms, medical room, dental room, and psychotherapy room, are based in Bertram's 19 Fillion Road, and they are based, other room, they are based in Observatory. We have Flash Beauty Clinic. We have Flash Nursery. Flash Nursery, actually, it is held by a South African lady. The South African lady was going through a lot. She was going through divorce, and then she joined Flash. And when she joined Flash, we gave her a space where she's running her business as a creche, and the business is doing actually very well. And we have Flash Internet Cafe. We have Flash African Jewelry, where women are learning how to make jewelry. Like, I don't know if you can see me on your screen. They used to make the kind of jewelry that I'm having here. So, and the women, we teach them how to make it, and they go and sell it in there's free market where they go and sell it. They go and sell also to Durban, Cape Town, all the city around South Africa. But I would like to share about the story of a teenager that we empowered. Actually, Flash, when going for visiting people, the followers, we went to visit a woman where we found her son at home while it was time to go to school. So we wanted to find out why this teenager is at home. It was around 15 years. I think it's almost 5 years ago. It was around 15 years. So we went there, we found him, he was playing with the PlayStation. So we asked him why he didn't go to school. He said because the mother cannot afford to pay school fees, and she is a single woman, a single mother. So Flash brought an idea, as we do. We go and share with the women in the community. We brought an idea to her. The time your son is playing with the PlayStation and the TV, do you know that he can make money out of the PlayStation and the TV? So there is a program where you can build a machine, you put your PlayStation inside, and when the kids, they come with the coins they put inside, they can play the FIFA game for when you can make a chrono, like for 5 minutes, for 7 minutes. So we try to find out how we can make the program for them, and only to find the boys say, look, I can try it myself. I think I can do it. You know, our new generation, they are very fast with Android. So the young boy did the program himself. He created that machine. And at the end of the month, the young boy when he started the business, after 1 month, he came out with almost $100. So that boy, up to today, the parent never pays school fees anymore. The parent never pays school fees for him. He paid his school fees up to matric. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, so he ended up paying school fees up to matric. And what he did not limit himself on one TV game. He put other TV game that he went to put on many shops around, and he's paying the rent, he's collecting money. So this boy is going to university now, paying his own school fees and supporting his mother and sisters. So this is what Flash does in the community on the field. So I would like to talk about the fears of Flash. What is the fears of Flash? I cannot talk to you about all the successful of Flash without talking to you about the fears of Flash. The first fears of Flash is the challenge of unknown to start. The unknown, the fear of the unknown. Usually when we go to motivate women, sometimes we are stuck. We are stuck because there is those women who are very scared to start. They don't know, they think like, if they start, what if I cannot make it? Where will I find money? So the first fear is the fear of unknown, that we are trying to motivate women. They don't know nothing. So we need to go through the system of studying, training, and sharing with other women who are more knowledgeable in the domain where they want to engage. And the second fear of Flash is the fear of ignorance on management when I start. Many women, they started with Flash, but when we revisit their business, we see that they close. They could not do the management of the money or of the income they are getting. They will explain clearly that the small amount of money that I'm getting, I have to feed the kids on it, so I don't have money to buy again other merchandise. So we need again to emphasize on the coaching of those women. And the third fear is the absence of perseverance facing failure. Usually when they start, the business is not doing well, like those one for bakery. We have tried several times only to find if they didn't sell enough, they'll end up close. They'll end up close the bakery. And then the fourth fear is the incapacity of the response to the financial pressure. Because I really want to do, but the problem, financially, I am stuck, is where I spoke to you about, I presented to you about our system of Likelemba. In Cameroon, is called Tantine. In Africa du Sud, is called Stockfeld, something like that. This Likelemba even help other women to open the transportation business. There is now women with there is a woman with 5 cars. She's doing Uber with 5 cars. We sometimes reach up to making together $1,000 to support a woman. If we like 6, we make together $1,000. The first woman eat, the second woman eat. Obvious, there is this fear of when we give money to one, do you think that one will give money next month to the other one? Okay, to secure it, Flash has some local. So we do it usually with the women who are members of Flash. So when you are a member of Flash and you have a local that you are renting from Flash, we arrange with you, we can add something on your rental so that it will be a way for you saving on giving others, and on your turn, everything come back to you. And the fifth challenge is the challenge of limitation of expansion. Limitation, because we are limited, because we cannot go bigger. So the kind of challenge that we are joining OMAP is the challenge the kind of channel that we are joining OMAP. One Map Africa is the channel which can help us to expand, to become more bigger. Because when we speak about Westing, how the business in the Westing, I think the queen who passed before me is the kind of people that we can connect with so that our members of Flash can find a way to expand on that domain. So One Up Africa bring to us an opportunity of expansion. I saw a question who was asking, is there any Flash representation in Gambia? Actually, how we make Flash to be known in other countries. As I said to you, the members of Flash, they are women from many countries of Africa. So we always encourage them, whatever you are learning here, support your sister to start in your country. I think we have one representation in Cameroon where a woman who learned here, she brought it in Cameroon and she's doing the same with her sister. We have another representation in Lesotho and in Swaziland. Up to now, and in Congo, up to now, I think is the 4 representation that we have. Now, I would like to close by talking to you about the Friends of Flash. Who are the friends of Flash? The friend of Flash is the supporter, the people who can found Flash. And where do we find them? We find them through whoever come across the platform and willing to support it is welcome. Like right now that we are presenting Flash in this platform, which is called OMA. It means One Map Africa is straight become our friend. So whoever come across this presentation is welcome to support Flash. Thank you so much. I think I am done.
Very much for that wonderful one.
Yes, I am done, unless there is some question.
It's been before the white man came. So we need to contribute as So this is something I really encourage, especially with our royal women, especially when we are
Yeah, someone is asking for the sharing of the contact. I think One Map Africa has my profile and all the contacts are on that profile. So One Map Africa can share the profile, Reverend Dr. Any profile, and then you can find all the contacts on the profile.
great. We have a couple of hands waiting. I think we'll start from the first, which is Angela Santos. Please, can you unmute and ask your question?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak in this platform this day. I want to thank Sister Annie Claire for this presentation. I think you start speaking about Ubuntu and putting us to know what Ubuntu is, but particularly because Ubuntu is also about action. That's the way I see it. It's about action. So linking it to Flash, we can see how Ubuntu can be a way to do things and to go away of the conversations that is very important for us, but also what to do to get out of some kind of situation where we've been putting on. I also want to say and to ask you, what are your feelings about it? Because you spoke about creative women, creative boys, and you say in the end, and then we send them to the university. And my question is, what kind of university? Is it the kind of university where they go and they shut them the creativity, they delete their creativity, they just use their brains to do what they use? I think it's very important for us to understand where we put also our young boys and girls. And I want really to hear you about that. And finally, also about the fear of flesh. And I understand all those fears that you put there. And I think that when we do the coaching, also we have to go far away from the Occidental and Western models of coaching, because those things put a lot of paper, a lot of words, a lot of letters in each papers, and sometimes the fear grows because people feel that this is not me, I cannot understand this. So coaching, yes, but with our models. And I thank you once more for your work. I'm Angela from Umoja on Generational Wealth, and I will put the details also in the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think there is most input on what you said, that question, but if I have to talk about Ubuntu, as we say, I am because we all are. So I don't see myself as a medical doctor working in South Africa being successful if my community is not successful. So I need to see what I can bring to my community so that they become successful as well. Because the more they are successful, the more I am successful as well. Like my community when maybe struggle to find a local for them to do their business. So as the spirit of Ubuntu, because I have some facility to get loan of local. So once I have a local, I have to share with my community, and whatever they bring in as a rent is allowing me to pay also my loan. You see, so we work together, and the more they are improving, like I can say again, among the fulfillment, there is one Congolese lady who was just cooking, and she was cooking only Congolese food. So by empowering her with our stock fair, she ended up bought a house. She got a loan from the bank. She bought a house of 1.7 million. You understand? So she could not even dream in her mind that she can buy a house. You see, but Flash empowered her at that level, and this encouraged other women. So today, all the women that are speaking the same language, if she bought, I can buy as well. So talking about university, the kind of university, as you see the picture I put there, there is a lady from Cameroon. That lady, she dropped off school at grade 4. She never continued with school, but she was very skilled. She was very skilled on bakery. And she came in South Africa looking for life. She's making bakery. Today, she sells her bakery everywhere. She sent it with her label. She put even her label. She sent it to East London. She sent it to many provinces. Now, that lady, she found that when we had a program where we can give certificates to women. We joined another organization called Siwena with a program at one of the biggest universities in South Africa, and they can show women how to make a template of the proposal, how they can do it. So imagine she didn't go far with the school, but now she was so proud. She was like, I could not imagine one day that I'll be in the same class with another woman, who is a medical doctor, and we learn together how to make a proposal business, and I do more better than her. You see that kind of confidence we create on the women. So regarding the fears, I can't remember properly, but as I said, I think the fears, we try to manage it by coaching them. And sometimes we go for 2 by 2. The fear is real because there is a lady from Kenya. I've tried everything. I've tried her with tomato. I tried her with clothes. I tried her with everything. She ended up getting frustrated. She locked herself in the room. She doesn't want to talk to us anymore. She doesn't want to see us. So we sent now our psychologist to go and talk to her. Is then we found out that she lost her parents. She was very young. She witnessed her mother, her father killing her mother. So all these things comes together. We work on all those fields, you see, and then we are still working on her, how to help her to come out of, because it's a spirit now. The blockage is not in her brain, but it's in her spirit, because she was very young. She saw how the father killed the mother and the father hung himself. So you see, that's why we work in the spirituality as well.
Thank you. Thank you once more. Thank you.
I think Queen IG, you want to take the floor, please?
Yes, thank you, Queen Mangolo. I just want to congratulate you for your work, and I wanted as well to say, did you notice that there are 6 regions now in Africa, in African Union? Because you saw 5 women with light on their chest. This is why I am saying this.
Yeah, it was in 2014. So now it's 6. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me call Princess Kadu Kama.
Thank you, my king. I would like here to ask the queen who just spoke before Reverend, and even the sister who just spoke now. She mentioned about the existence of the 6th region. We need to bring this together. I would like Reverend Annie to connect with the queen who presented all those projects of carbon and this. Because we hear about all these things, but we don't really know how to tap into it. Even yourself, my king, yesterday you spoke and you encouraged me about using these carbon credit so that we can just evaluate our minerals, leave them under the ground, and use the carbon credit to do agriculture. I'm asking to have a way of materializing this thing. Reverend said he has a lady who has started this in Congo. There is a huge problem in the capital itself. Tons and tons of these, the waste. We are trying to recycle, but it's very difficult. So if we get in contact with this carbon credit, with that lady who has already this mind, she's going to be pivotal, and we can start that project. The project has secured a loan somewhere. In Europe, it's millions. It's secured. It needs a financial guarantee. Then we can unlock those millions and we can start the project. Kinshasa capital is really a mess. And that project is about building 4 companies, recycling companies, and then collect, recycle, produce like briquettes for the street, produce some kind of fuel. So I'm just asking connection between many people to realize this. And Reverend Annie, with her team of Flash, will be instrumental there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Queen Mother. Thank you so much. I think Going further to address the carbon market, I am in charge of the African carbon market. We call it the Carbon Gap Africa. So Queen Ashola is deeply implicated. Queen IG is our champion. We were given the mandate by the Prime Minister of the States of the African Diaspora to set up our own African carbon market. So those of us who are in the call, reach out to us. Any support you need to get your projects registered in the carbon register, I am there. I will make sure that we do that as soon as possible. I want to ask, I think, Queen Mother to react to that because the question was directed to you and Queen Rinoka. Thank you. Queen Aji?
Yes, of course, princess, queen in the room, they may write to me and send their project, and we will have a look into the project, and with our team, Prince Justin, Dr. Renuka, we will come back and talk to you and try and bring solutions and funds.
Thank you very much, my queen.
You're welcome.
I think I'll give the last chance to gather John. Is it a queen or is it a prince or is it a king? Please go
It's
ahead.
a queen.
It's a
It's a
queen.
She's our
female.
queen, Grace Darajat. She's our
All
queen.
right, that's your question.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. This it's a question, and it's a highlight, and it goes to Queen Dr. Ranuka. Queen, thank you so much for your initiative, your hard work. You know, working with Africans, trying to get them to sustain themselves through agriculture and all other means. Just a few things I want to highlight. You have mentioned that population reduction is part of the initiative for Africans to sustain themselves. And I will disagree on that, not based on my feelings, but based on facts. You know, the facts is Africa is a 20% of landmass of the globe, the earth. So we have the landmass to sustain 3 to 4, 5 times our population. I'm gonna give you an example. If you look at China and India population, there's only 1 point behind Africa. But if you compare the mass land that they live in, Africa is 10 times the land mass of India. And Africa is 3 times the land mass of China. We have agriculture, we have natural resources, we have everything to sustain Africa. Even with its population that is now, even many years in the future. Yes, Africa is the youngest and vibrant population today and in 2050 and even beyond that. That's one. And we talk about water scarcity. Africa should not have any water scarcity. We shouldn't have problem with water scarcity because we have 176.9 trillion gallon of water, underground water, that we can use. I haven't seen any organization that is investing in that. We only pay attention to the lakes, the rivers, but we have more water under the ground, 100 times water under the ground than the surface. I think maybe we should start looking into that to solve our water scarcity. That's 2. 3, I know UFA is invested in agriculture. We don't need just to invest in food. We have to invest in our medicine. We need to start bringing back our ancient trees that holds our medicines. You know what I'm saying? You have mentioned that the United States have discontinued AIDS, which I support, because we Africa, we need to sustain ourselves. We don't need anybody else. We need ourselves. But in that initiative, they cut down funds to AIDS, HIV, helping with other health problems. We can solve our own health problem by repropagate our trees, ancient trees that hold our medicine, such as the Nile tulip, such as the acacia tree. We need to start looking into that. You know what I'm saying? So this is all I want to share with. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. That is your opinion, and I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm sure Dr. Rinuka is sharing based on the facts that she have to. Earlier we said most of the information we are using, to me, from the spiritual perspective, it's wrong. Before Bible was written, we have lived for over 100 years, and we use the Bible to make most of our references. Before, most of the books we are using, Google, all these things were transcribed to be kept on those archives. Man have existed and Africans have existed. But in most cases, we forget about this. Our kingdoms were depopulated because of slave trade. But then we have never complained of famine before slave trade. We have never complained of diseases. We have never complained. Everything was being taken care of. And up to today, I'm still coming from a kingdom where we have the spiritualists who are taking care of our health. We have everything back because our kingdom was not invaded by the white man, has been in that same position from inception. So there are there are a good number of kingdoms that are still there. And I think Queen Naji with our royal faculty, those are one of the things we want to do. Medicinal gardens, we are really putting a lot of emphasis on that. I think they want to highlight on that before I invite the rest to ask a question. Pinaji, do you want to say something about the medicinal gardens?
Sorry?
About our medicinal gardens.
Oh, yes, in the villages, we will have food garden, and we will also have, yes, we will grow medicinal plants. We will have a medical room, and we will teach how to heal themselves and their family with plants. We will also have a cabin, a medical cabin, which will be connected to a doctor, because most of the time villages are rural villages. So they will be able to make their own medical tray on, and they will be able to talk to a doctor connected to the medical cabin. And yes, we will grow medicinal plants. We will grow also plants, as I said, for perfume, for lots of things. And yes, this is part of what will be going on in the villages, related to traditional customs, traditional heritage, per region, per village, per country.
Thank you.
Did
very
I
much.
answer your question?
Yes, you did. You did, my queen. Very much. Queen Rose. After Queen Rose, I'll cue the questions so that we could answer at the same time to save time. I will invite Queen Teresa, then I will end up with King Kama. So Queen Rose, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you so much.
Before she talks, may I add that of historical legacy in room. Dr. Joy Ndwandwe is the founder of the Indigenous Knowledge Hub, and we will work also with her on the ground.
Thank you, Queen Oda, for that vital one.
Thank you.
Excuse
Queen
me.
Rose, you have the floor.
With all due respect, we have people that are waiting. We have guests that are waiting. If we could possibly put some of the questions and comments in the chat, or if there are questions that are important, put them in there so that we can ask them, and maybe we can even extend afterward so that people can have time to ask their questions or make their comments. But we really need to honor the guests that are waiting and allow them the
Thank
time
you.
to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's do this. Queen Rose, just 1 minute. I give 1 minute each for the 3 hands that are up, so that you just drop the questions. We are sorry for keeping our guests waiting. It's important we respect our time. So Queen Rose,
We are
please go
here,
ahead.
so please let the guests go ahead, and then I will drop my question later.
That's great.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think that was the only hand that was waiting. If not, I think I should invite right away, or do we want to have a musical break while I prepare to invite the next guest? DJ, are you there?
I'm still here. I'm still here. Hello, everybody. And let me see. For our next song, this one is titled Power by South African musician Amanda Black. I hope we all enjoy it. song by Amanda Black, and I hope you enjoyed it. At this moment, I would like to hand things back to our moderator, Prince Justin and Queen Zanella. Over to you. Prince Justin. You have your microphone muted.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DJ, for that beautiful one again. I think you are making me feel the Women's Day. I think I feel it more than the women in the house. I want to use this opportunity to invite another queen. She's no other person than Queen Mrs. Aisha Tamanjang. Aisha Tamanjang is an entrepreneur, an educator, and an acclaimed leader. She received the IVLP Impact Award nominated by the US government, by the US Embassy in Copenhagen for the project A Global Movement in Time, reflecting on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Aisha acclaimed podcast Thinking Out Loud, honest conversation by us, for us, explore the intersectionality of her identity as a Black Muslim woman in Denmark. Her mission to foster a more inclusive and diverse society by highlighting the challenges and opportunities within intersectionalities. She has conducted workshops on crucial topics like gender, class, culture, and disabilities, emphasizing the importance of understanding how interesting identities result in heightened discrimination. So join me, let's welcome Queen Aisha. Aisha, if you are with us, please kindly unmute your microphone and bring your presentation to us. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Will I be able to share my screen?
Yes, let me check, Aisha. Yes, you can do that.
Awesome. Great. Thank you very much for the introduction. And good afternoon, good morning, and we'll give good evening, depending on where you are in the world. As mentioned, my name is Aisha Tamajang, and first and foremost, I am a proud African woman. I'm a believer in justice, dignity, equality, equity, and the transformative power of community. And we've talked a lot about what community means for us as Africans. We've talked about the concept of Ubuntu, right? Professionally, what I do is I help amplify the voices of those who are most marginalized by creating systems for everybody, specifically women, youths, and persons with disability. I work as a strategic and operational policy specialist, aligning policy programming planning across systems and sectors. And I think deeply about context and the work that I do. Context is important, and it's important when we think about solutions. They need to be locally rooted and owned. I have worked both as a developmental practitioner and also as a consultant, helping organizations, institutions, ministries, and above to connect the dots between global frameworks, but also real-world community needs. So what I bring to the table in the work that I do is that I aim to bridge the gap between the idea and also the implementation of it. But more than any title, I like to see myself as somebody who is very passionate about bridging a gap between continent. Born in Denmark to Gambian parents, I realized that I was navigating the complexities between cultural identity from a very young age, and that I lived in a system that was not created for people who looked like me. And that is why I have always been very intentional about my work being rooted in local realities and lived experience of marginalized people. Today, I live and work in the Gambia, a small country in West Africa, my country of heritage, channeling these experiences into uplifting all people, but not just that, focusing on women, youths, and persons with disability, because inclusion is not a favor, it is a right. It is an honor to be here with you all today at the African Women Entrepreneurship Network Conference, not just as a professional, but as a woman who understands how deeply rooted our struggles can be. And yet I also believe that our potential is limitless. Today, I want to explore with you the intersectionalities between gender, culture, and disability, and how, despite the discrimination that these intersections often create, Africa holds the tools, it holds the talent, and it holds the collective spirit to rise beyond them. So I want to take you through a little story. When I was 15 years old, I lived in Denmark, as I have mentioned before, and I had a meeting with my school counselor. And here in Denmark, or well, there in Denmark, you have to go through your school counselor before you go to high school or your A levels or sixth form, as they will say in other countries, for them to actually give you the verbal approval that you're ready. So it's not dependent on your grades. So as I was having this meeting with them, she asked me, Aisha, what do you want to do after, after junior high? I said, I want to go to high school. I want to do my A levels. I want to be a change maker. I have this passion and drive in me that I want to be somebody who creates change in the world, and especially in Africa. And she looked at me and said to me, Aisha, I think you should be more realistic. Maybe consider being a cleaner or working in elderly care. You're still creating impact by doing that. But I don't think you should dream so big because you will become disappointed. And it wasn't because I wasn't intelligent enough. It was because in her eyes, girls like me from an immigrant family, being Black and being Muslim, were not supposed to dream big. And unfortunately, my story is not unique. Many of us who grow up in the diaspora have been told directly or indirectly that we should shrink, are just not good enough. But one thing that we also have to acknowledge is that these biases do not only exist in the global north, they also exist here on the continent. When I moved back to Gambia, thinking that I had returned home, I quickly realized that home also had its own exclusions. I saw how young women were told not to dream big, how persons with disabilities were left out of conversations, and how cultural expectations often suffocated their ambitions. Discrimination doesn't always wear the same clothes everywhere, but it walks familiar roads. And yet, even with these challenges, I recognize my privilege. In Denmark, I lacked it, but here on the continent, I carry the advantages of language, education, exposure, and diaspora connections. And I carry that privilege with great responsibility. I wanted to talk a little bit about intersectionality. What does it mean? Intersectionality is not just an academic jargon, it is lived experience of millions of African women. It reminds us that we don't live in silos. A woman is not just a woman. She might be young, she might be a person with disability, she might live in a rural place, she might be widows, or all of the above. These identities intersect and often compound discrimination. So let's break it down. When we think about their gender, Africa has the highest rate of women entrepreneurs in the world, with over 58% of SMEs being women-owned. And yet we still face the lowest access to finance, to networks and land ownership and mentorship. Female entrepreneurs contribute about 13% to the Africa's GDP and reinvest 90% of their income back into their families and their communities, compared to the 35% that men do. And yet most financial and political systems remain gender blind. In Ghana, for instance, 46% of businesses are owned by women, the highest amongst its peers. But these women still face unequal access to capital and market opportunities. So we talk about culture. Culture is powerful. It can be rooted to us in pride, as we've talked about Ubuntu. I am because you are.
Did we lose our queen? Is she in, please? Queen Aisha?
We lost her somehow, but I'm sure she'll be back.
Too bad. That was a beautiful presentation. Looking forward. She fixed her network and probably comes back.
Queen Aisha?
Let me do a quick counter check on the background. Let me do a quick counter check on the background, please. I'm getting back energy.
In the meantime, maybe we should invite the next speaker while we see if we can fix our network issues. Is that okay? Zenila?
Yes. Then we can bring back Queen Aisha when her network is back, because that was a beautiful presentation.
Yes. I think Queen Barbara is with us.
She's not next.
Okay.
Who's next? Queen Ayuri was up next.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. We have Queen Ayori Celeste.
Okay, Ayori. Okay,
yes.
Ayori. Let me invite Queen Ayori. Why maybe we ask...
Can you guys hear me?
We ask Aisha to send... Okay.
Hello?
Aisha,
I don't know how...
okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I don't know. I was maybe
that's
talking.
fine. Do one thing. Maybe you keep your video down and you do your presentation so that we don't lose you again. Yeah.
How much did you hear into my presentation?
We ended where you were talking about, where you ended the story and you were about to...
Culture.
Yeah.
Culture. Okay.
Yes,
Awesome.
this one.
All right. So culture is powerful, as I was saying. It can be rooted in pride, and it can also be something that restricts us. And often it has been distorted to uphold patriarchy. And one thing that we must ask when we look at culture is this a culture that we've inherited, or is it actually ours? Historically, African societies have had warrior queens, market leaders, spiritual leaders in many ways. And some of the values that we now see today are from external cultures, colonialism, and politics. And this has also had an effect on how we view women today. But one thing we also must remember is that culture is dynamic, it evolves, but when it evolves, it has to evolve with us and not without us. Another important thing that we must talk about when we're thinking about discrimination is persons with disability. In Africa, we have over 80 million persons with disabilities. This includes women, and women often face a double discrimination when they are a person with disability. They're often seen as being invisible or pitied or treated as being incapable. Few systems consider their access to leadership or their ideas. And yet these women exist. I have worked with them in civil society spaces. I have worked with them at the grassroots level in rural Gambia, and they build, they create. And what we must remember is that we must build with them and not for them. A woman with disability in a rural community trying to start a business is not just facing market challenges as the rest of us do because of their intersectionality. She's confronting societal stigma, physical inaccessibility, financial inclusion, and cultural silence all at once. We cannot talk about entrepreneurship without talking about intersectionality, and we cannot talk about growth without talking about inclusion. So let's talk about the power of Africa. What is the power that we have as a continent? We all know it, but let's remind ourselves. The good news is that Africa's story is not just a story of struggle. It is a continent of promise, especially for women who are the backbone of this economy. 60% of Africa's population is under the age of 25. We are the youngest continent in the world. Women reinvest 90% of their income into families and communities, as mentioned earlier. And by 2050, we will home 2.5 billion people. Africa's digital economy alone is projected to contribute $712 billion to the GDP by 2050. We see African women working in fintech, agribusiness, education, hospitality, healthcare, and beyond. Women are already leading, but quietly, but very, very powerfully. And then there's the African diaspora, the sixth region of our continent. The African diaspora, we have about 1.70 million people of African descent living outside of this continent. Many of them who are skilled, educated, and deeply committed to making a difference. I am one of them, and I'm sure we have many of them in this call. We carry with us resources, networks, perspectives. We understand exclusion, and we know what works because we can learn from both. We are seeing a shift, as we've talked about today, when it comes to resources because of the foreign aid crisis that we're seeing. And I remember just in the call before, or the session we had before, somebody saw this as an opportunity because Africa must be self-reliant. We've seen that global agendas are shifting, even investment priorities from the global south. So now we have to ask ourselves, are we ready to take the driver's seat? And the African diaspora, and I always say this in the spaces that I navigate in the Gambia, is that we're not here to replace anybody. We're not here to reinforce any ideologies. We're here to amplify what already exists. We're here to give our tools. We're here to give our resources, and we're here to learn. And we're here to make Africa what Africa is and should be. So let's think about solutions. I want to put it into three categories: innovation, collaboration, and growth. To create real lasting change, we must act with intention across three pillars. Innovation, we need to design platforms, policies, and this is what my background is, designing policies that are contextualized and localized with inclusion in mind for all women, regardless of their backgrounds, and taking into consideration intersectionality. We need to encourage adaptive tech for disabled entrepreneurs. We need to support women-led startups with local problems and local solutions. We need to rethink governance, funding models, policy frameworks to ensure that they are not just gender aware, but designed with intersectionality at mind. When it comes to collaborating, and this is very important, we need to build networks regionally and continental network, especially amongst young women in the global south, south-to-south cooperation. We need to create spaces for women with disabilities, as mentioned before, young mothers and other marginalized groups to thrive. And we need to partner globally. Our focus must be Africa first, ensuring that partnerships are mutually and beneficial and not extractive. And when we think about growth, we must invest in rural women and girls who are often left behind. As I mentioned, I live in the Gambia. I am Gambian in every way, happen to be born in Denmark, and I speak, the local languages here too. And anytime that I go to rural Gambia, I see that they're left behind. When we talk about development and when we talk about entrepreneurship, we often think about it in the urban sense, and all of it is quite centralized when it comes to intervention. But as you guys are very aware of, we must make sure that we bring everybody along and we carry them along, because we are when they are too. And most importantly, as we've talked about today, we have to invest in belief. We have to invest in our African philosophies, our African values when it comes to community, when it comes to solidarity, when it comes to giving. And one thing we will say, with all of the things that are going on in the world, with the foreign aid shifts, and we're seeing there's so much happening in Africa, and how will Africa survive? Africa was getting all of these things. But one thing we know is that we do not need charity, we need championship. And that's what we can find within ourselves. So what I will leave you guys with here today is that discrimination can be very layered, as we know, but so is our power. We are not here today in 2025 asking for space anywhere. We are here to claim it. as entrepreneurs, as leaders, as innovators, as caregivers, as nurturers, and as visionaries. Because we are not only building businesses, we are raising children, we are holding family together, we're healing communities, and we are sustaining hope. We show up to the boardroom, to the marketplace, often all in the same day, and we do it with strength, grace, and resilience. Africa is at a tipping point, and the world is watching. If we invest in the inclusion of women in all our diversity, we will not only shape Africa's future, but the world's future. This is what I thrive to do every day. Through my work in systematic transformation, through consultancy, capacity building, and technical assistance, and through my commitment to seeing Africa rise in our own turn. What I will leave with you today is, what is your role? What will you do to create this change? What system will you change? And what doors will you open, not just for ourselves, but for all women? I thank you very much for your time, and I invite any questions in. Thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Speakers who are still waiting, our guest, that for the sake of time, I want to invite another speaker.
Okay.
Questions together. So those who
I'm
already
also
have
just
questions
putting
for
I'm putting my details in the chat here. So if you have any questions, you can please feel free to reach out to me. I know that we are running a bit over time. I will be leaving us today also. Thank you so much, and good luck to everyone. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Great.
Thank you so very much. That was very important.
So permit me to invite Queen Dr. Barbara.
King Justin, are you in?
I am here, but Queen Ayori Selassie is next on the program.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, Queen. We're sorry for that. I guess King Justin has a bit of a hitch on his program. So kindly, if Queen Ayori Selassie is in the house, Queen, take us on that tech journey. Drive us to the tech journey. You're welcome. Is Queen Ayori Selassie with us, please? Any confirmation? Is she in? Okay. Can anyone hear me? Hello.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, I can hear you too. I'm just checking to see. I don't know if she was here. I'm not sure if she's left us.
Oh, thank you so much, Queen Rehema. Please help me counter check real quick. We see if Queen Celeste is in the house. Meanwhile, Queen Kate, as we do the check-in, I want to dance. I want to jam. It's evening. It's 7 p.m. East African time. And this is One Map 2025 Women's Virtual Conference. And the motto of One Map Africa is erasing the lines that divide us, which is self-explanatory. The lines that divide us include the colonial lines, the societal lines, the spiritual lines. So we here as Oma are here to break all types of the lines that, divide us. Queen Rehema, is she in, please?
No.
Thank you, Queen Kate. Go ahead, Queen Kate.
Babylon, why your breathless? Breathe in strength, without stress. So show love and fearless. Breathe in strength, without stress. Babylon, why your breathless? Breathing strength without stress. So show love and fearless. Breathing strength without stress. Them one we just waiting to exhale from slavery. Plenty hostility to make the vibes be hazy. To turn the earth into an atmosphere to fear the hemisphere Babylon, the city of adversity. Complex of complexity to make man uneasy. And still continue sequels of unequal daily. Try to make short of breath mystery so we don't breathe deeply. To have our society full of anxiety. Babylon, why your breathless? Breathing strength without stress. So show love and fearless. Breathing strength without stress. Babylon, why your breathless? Breathing strength without stress. So show love and fearless. Breathing strength without stress. Once we up in puffing with anger and raging, and running out of breath, upset, hyperventilating. Some big gasping for air cause of the press of young pressure. And those in sufferation feel like they're suffocating. From economical segregation, strangulation, and all of the fast teaching them what in circulation. Situation be causing people heart palpitation. Snake toxic to nature and the nation. Babylon, why your breathless? Breathing strength without stress. So show love and fearless. Breathing strength without stress. Babylon, why your breathless? Breathing strength without stress. So show love and fearless. Breathing strength without stress. Put to rest the respiratory system. Uniform brutality, bronchitis, them victim. Them want exit your oxygen from out of existence. Fixated and fantasize about man asphyxiation. Them want asthma, the breath of life just like an infection. And got the air polluted with them wicked intention. Try to panic attack me with trial tribulation. The toxic to nature and the nation. Babylon, why your breathless? Breathing strength without stress. So show love and fearless. Breathing strength without stress. Babylon, why your breathless? Breathing strength without stress. So show love and fearless. Breathing strength without stress.
Queen Zanella, how are your dancing shoes? Queen Zanella, how are your dancing shoes after that one?
I'm in here, my queen. I'm listening.
Okay. I was just wondering, how are your shoes after that beautiful song? I think she's having network problems. I will hand it back to Prince Justin. Prince Justin, I'd like to hand the reins back to you as our moderator.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think the network is trying to play with me and Renella, but we are trying to fight hard since we are unstoppable. I was in a rush to invite Queen Barbara, so let me do so now. One moment. Renella, are you still with us? Or the network sent you?
Yes, I'm on the background trying to check something real quick. Kindly take
Okay, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let me invite in Barbara, I think. Yes. Barbara is our next speaker, right?
I believe it's Ruth Kirema Barry.
Ruth?
King Justin.
Yes.
Let me share you the program. I think you have a bit of a hit. Well, apologies for that. It happens, we humans. Well, thank you, Queen Aisha, for that presentation. You see how Black women are so strong out here. I mean, we're here to stand and present, and welcome to One Map Africa. Thank you for representing tonight. The next guest on the list is our Queen, Kirima Barry. Kirima Barry, if you're on the floor and you're listening to me, kindly unmute your microphone and speak to your people. Speak to the continent.
I don't know if you can see much of me. Yes, there you go. So my name is Ruth Kirema Barry, and I'm speaking to you from Nairobi, Kenya. I normally live in both countries, in London and Nairobi, and I'm very blessed to be here right at this moment. I'm part of your very esteemed panel of One Map Africa. So I'm grateful to be included in that, and I will shut off my camera briefly, and then I'm available for all questions. Thank you. So I was brought up in a very, can I say, focused family on property. And I studied here and in the UK, and my degree was in property equity and management. I worked in a UK company for 3 years and then set up my own company, Cornerstone Property International, and I work in Nairobi, London, Rwanda, and South Africa. Additionally, my partner and I also work with Alpha M-Pesa, a diaspora banking service for current and savings accounts. On a formal level, I work with the diaspora for Kenya, the Kenya Diaspora Association, and the Ministry of Diaspora, which is a government ministry now. As a woman, I find it very hard to process a couple of facts in the property industry. The World Bank reports states that 80% of the food grown in Africa is produced by women, but the ownership of the land on a single title is but 10%. Women in commercial property in Africa own only 13% of the market, and women in residential property own 20% of the market. So I see the role of women in the African real estate business is to keep in mind the unfair proportion of the market as opposed to being 50% of the population, and focus particularly on the equity, diversion, and inclusion department of gender responsive work. In the African diaspora market, I have found that it is very hard as a woman to break the ranks. When I worked in London as an alumni, I actually found it easier to have the option that actually she might do it. But I found an even harder stone wall when I came back to Africa. I am particularly passionate about other young girls that have been in my position, and I often focus on playing the long game, particularly with our young ladies. It is very hard to get an apprenticeship, even for our young men, and so extremely difficult for a company to consider a young woman as part of the team. So I have found the best way to get ladies into the market is by initially being mentored by a woman in the market or shadowing a woman in the market, rather than trying to get an apprenticeship. Unfortunately, some of our ladies are very fearful of this market for various reasons, including their imagination of having to put a building helmet on and climbing up a ladder to do a property survey, which is not the whole picture of the property market. But the fear is very understandable, including from younger women in my own family that are part of a very focused family on property. So in my personal experience to address this fear, my father decided as a young girl, every Saturday, I would have to go on site and get involved with making the cement for the next building. So many of you may not know, making cement involves the right percentage of limestone to clay, heating it to the right temperature for half an hour, mixing it with gypsum in the quality of clay that you want. So this hands on deck, sticking your fingers into the property market took away any fear I had of construction because I understand where it all came from. I've always felt that one of the hugest assets that women have in the property market is being underestimated by our men. Now, I believe this asset we can use as women to further our proportion of the market by focusing on other women, building companies with other women, and promoting our young ladies through that other company, rather than jumping into the companies owned and run by men. I have seen many situations in the boardroom when the woman has the best strategy of putting up the next property development, and she gets all the nods and ticks. But behind the closed doors, there's always the question, yes, it's the best strategy, but is she up to the job? So I would very much encourage the women, particularly the young lady alumni, to do what my father taught us to do. Just jump in there and bite the bullet. It is a very diverse market, and so you will have a wide range of what property work you want to do, not particularly putting on a helmet and climbing up some stairs to do a land survey. From where we are at the moment, when you consider those proportions of 80%, 13%, and 20%, it is very clear that we have a long, long way to go to actually get a fair share of the market. But we must get the courage just to step aside and do what we need to do. Step away from the men and work just with women. In Rwanda and South Africa, we have seen exactly this way forward actually work. And particularly South Africa, very, very, very good progress with the women in the property market. So I would just say, look left to the right, see what the other people are doing, and let's go forward together as women. So I'll leave it at that and available for any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Karima Barry. It's actually beautiful that I just heard you are in Nairobi at the moment. I am speaking from Nairobi as well. So yeah, what a beauty. And thank you for that beautiful short presentation. We appreciate you to take us on real estate, and I love your beautiful, life around the African continent and in London. I mean, it's two different lives, living them at once and still maintaining authenticity as an African. That is something really beautiful. And we appreciate your impact on the continent in entrepreneurship and real estate. So, King Justin, I'd allow you to take over from there. And
Thank you. Thank you
yeah,
very much.
King, before we go ahead, I'd like to make a quick information. We kindly, humbly requesting our guests that in your mingling with the house, please refrain from giving your direct contact information to the public, because you're targeting one person, but the next morning you'll wake up with 100 calls, and that's very uncomfortable. And some of the calls will be very unprofessional. So we'd kindly request that in case you want to share your contacts with any of the members of the house, please reach out to our team at OMA, and we'll be the intermediary to communicate your contact details to the intended person. We appreciate that, and thank you one more time, Queen Ruth Karima Barry. The next session, I would like to combine this section to be the question and answer sector for both our speaker that has just left the floor, and then the predecessor, that is Queen Aisha Tamajang. She gave us a very beautiful short, presentation. So if you heard any questions preserved for Queen Aisha and you have questions for Ruth, you can just raise your hand, and when you unmute your microphone, please tell us who the question is directed so that we can get an easier answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zamila. Not to waste a lot of time, our guests have been sitting and waiting, and we are going to right away invite Queen Barbara. She's been here with us. Please, you have the microphone. Talk to your African queens about what you think about this whole issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I am delighted to have the honor to share this platform with you today. I respect and honor to the Queens of OMA, One Map Africa, for the recognition of the need to have this fantastic conference, I must say, and the vision and the foresight and the commitment to make it happen. So congratulations to you and thank you. And greetings to all of the queens and kings and princesses and princes and priestesses and mothers and sisters. I want to talk about a couple of things today. I recognize that the program says that I will talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I will, but with a specifically focused point. I want to first acknowledge the extraordinary potential of African women entrepreneurs. These have been described in great detail by many of the presentations here. I want to acknowledge that that potential is impacted directly and sometimes disrupted by the many challenges and roadblocks that African women entrepreneurs face, and these have been described in great detail. A couple of the challenges and roadblocks that have not been described in great detail are the two that I want to focus on here today. We've talked about finance, we've talked about land ownership, we've talked about the bureaucratic barriers, we've talked about gender stereotypes, we've talked about the cultural barriers, we've talked about lack of mentorship for women entrepreneurs, we've talked about hostility toward women entrepreneurs. We haven't talked about internalized colonization and internalized white supremacy, internalized oppression. This is the thing that I want to address with you here today. Now, a couple of the speakers have talked about some parts of this. Queen Rahima talked about this just a little bit yesterday when she talked about the disruption in historical knowledge about the role of women and the roles that African women have played historically. And one of the speakers yesterday talked about the mental health aspects of African women entrepreneurs. I want to tie some of this together by talking about internalized colonialism and internalized white supremacy. So let's begin by describing internalized colonization. To describe internalized colonization, I have to begin by describing colonization. So very briefly and straightforwardly, I describe colonization as the process whereby one group of people or one nation overtakes another territory and seeks to control it for the exploitation of the resources and the control of the people. And part of the history that we know is that beginning in the 14th and 15th century, Europeans began their modern colonization project. And we know that that had some consequences. Economic degradation, cultural degradation, environmental degradation, the installation of patriarchy, and as Queen Rahima talked about yesterday, the disruption of African women's leadership. The previous speaker just talked about the disruption of the social and spiritual infrastructure of African communities and societies. I will talk about the disruption of knowledge of African history. So many of us don't know the history of Africa. And we're recognizing the present time manifestations of poor social infrastructure, limited access to healthcare, education, social services, and I don't know if someone talked about it, I didn't hear it, genocide, warfare between and amongst us, within nations and between nations in Africa. These are consequences of internalized colonization. 7 European countries colonized Africa, and in the end, only 2 countries in Africa escaped colonization, Ethiopia and Liberia. And when I talk about Liberia having escaped colonization, I have to put in that Liberia itself was a U.S. colony. African heritage people who had been enslaved in the U.S. returned to the area that is now Liberia and colonized it. So when I say that Liberia escaped colonization, that must be understood within that particular context. But nevertheless, 98% of the continent ended up being colonized. Part of the project of colonization was to ensure that Africans internalized European ideas. And part of what I want you to consider here today is what those ideas were. Europeans imposed their rule and their belief systems on African nations. In order for colonization to work, Africans had to internalize or buy into the ideas that Europeans brought. What were those ideas? Well, one basic idea was that Europe is better, and that European people are better, and that all things European would be better than all things African. That belief was rammed down our throats, installed in our minds, and none of us escaped. I pause a moment to let that sink in. None of us escaped. So unless we have had some opportunity to raise that reality to a level of consciousness and intentionally work toward disrupting that idea in our minds, the internalization of European superiority is embedded somewhere in our minds. And part of what I'm proposing is that it will impact our work as African women entrepreneurs. Now, I'm going to talk about specifically 4 areas where we can see the impact of the internalization of European colonization. I'm going to talk about religion, language, beliefs about our beauty, and beliefs about work, community organization, and leadership. And actually, a couple of speakers yesterday talked about religion and spirituality. One of the consequences of European colonization is that Africans were made to feel that their religion was inferior, that their spiritual beliefs were inferior, and that European religion was superior. Africans were made to believe that our spiritual beliefs were heathen, pagan, savage. These were the words that we used to describe African religions. If I start talking too fast, somebody slow me down. Cordu, you have to slow me down. And we learned to stay as far away from indigenous African spiritual practices as possible. And so many of us, myself included, and my ancestors, ended up adapting and holding on to European, Christian, basically, beliefs. And I want to ask, I did hear some testimonies yesterday, how many of us here firmly believe in European gods, European religions, and European beliefs? And I can't knock that because I was born and bred Southern Baptist, U.S. Southern Baptist. I'm deeply Christianized. And not only am I deeply Christianized, but my people are evangelical. And evangelical means that not only do I believe that this is right for me, I believe it's right for everybody else. And I need to try to get other people to become Christians as well. So that's how deeply the European religion has been installed in my mind and in the minds of many of the rest of us. So our religion got taken away, our religions got diminished, our spiritual beliefs were negatively valued and forcefully removed from our grasp. Second, I want to talk about language. Before the arrival of Europeans, Africans spoke many, many languages. With the arrival of Europeans and colonizations, the colonizers demanded that we speak the colonizers' language, sometimes on pain of death. Now, they had good reasons for demanding that we speak the colonizer language. That made it so much easier to control us. It made it so much easier without the massive and excessive deployment of troops, which they didn't have. There were so many more of us than there were of them. And so they made us believe that our language was inferior, that it was savage, that it was, here are some of the words that they used to describe the languages of Africans, that it's gibberish, that it's unintelligible, that it is pagan, that it is savage, that it is childlike. And they made us ashamed of our languages. They made us want to be like them, to speak like them. Independence came. Europeans are no longer technically in control. And nevertheless, their beliefs and their ideas are still in our heads and in our minds. So many of us, some of us consciously, some of us not so consciously, still believe that whatever is European is superior, that Europe is best. And let me be clear, I am not saying that European languages are bad. What I am saying is that the belief that they are superior is internalized colonialism. I speak English. It is the only language that I have access to. I know many of you, and I'm so proud of the reality that many of you speak multiple languages. I appreciate the fact that so many of you here know, understand, and speak English because otherwise I would not be able to communicate with you except through an interpreter. The point that I want to make is that English is convenient. It's not superior. And erasing the notion of the superiority of any particular language. No language is superior to any other language. And the belief that one is superior is internalized oppression. One of the things that I have observed in my work over the years, and I've worked in many African countries, is that many Africans speak with what is called an acquired European accent. You can Google it, ACE, acquired European accent. Africans who have never been to Europe speak with an acquired European accent. Why? Because of this internalized belief that European languages are superior. Now, I have to acknowledge that that belief has been so thoroughly embedded in so many of our minds that sometimes people do get advantages in getting a job, in getting a partner, in getting a higher salary, etc., and getting better treatment in the workplace if they speak with an acquired European accent, even though they have never been to Europe. Just remember that this is a reflection of the way that we have internalized the notion of European superiority. I said I would speak about beauty, and I will try to make that brief. That's one that takes all day, takes a week for us to really grapple with the ways in which notions of European standards of beauty have been so deeply and thoroughly embedded in our minds. Well, let me just talk about a couple of aspects of the way we think about beauty. Let me talk about hair. And I don't want to, this is not meant to cast aspersions on any individual or the personal choices that they make. I want you to think about the idea. Look around your home and your community and see how many African women wear African hair. I want you to think about that. Count. How many do you see wearing European looking hair? And here's my question, because I've been counting. I've been counting. Everywhere I go, I'm looking and I'm counting. And the question that I have for you is this: how do you get an entire race of people and the women in it to believe that their own hair is not worthy, is not beautiful, and get them to prefer the hair of another group of people? That's a very simple and a very straightforward description of internalized white supremacy, of internalized colonization. And here's the thing: everybody gets to choose for themselves, but think about, where do our choices stem from? If you get a race of people, a race of women, to internalize a particular belief, then you don't have to police them. And African women who wear other folks' hair will always wear on their own head the badge of their belief in their own inferiority. Consider that. How we present the belief that we think our own hair is inferior because we wear it. And if we wear the badge of our belief in our inferiority, we must understand that this will impact what we can do and how we show up in the world. And let me talk about one more thing. I'm going to bring it to a close. Let me talk about skin color. White supremacy is based on notions of the superiority of whiteness. It's as simple as that. Colonizers needed the colonized to believe in the superiority of whiteness. One of the easiest ways to tell a superior person from an inferior person in the colony was to look at the skin. White folks were superior, Black folks were inferior. I worked with a colleague a few years ago who did a study of educators in several West African countries. And one of the outcomes of that study, people who were in charge of the educational system in those countries, was what were some of the beliefs that you grew up with. And one of the stories that I will share here was the story that many young people learned early on, was that if you're on your way to church and you meet a white man in the road, you can turn around and go home because you have already met God. That strongly was the belief in the superiority of whiteness. Now, you might not have grown up with such a belief or any other beliefs that you recognize that indicate the presence of white supremacy. But here's what you can do. Go in almost any African store and look on the shelves and see what is the number one selling beauty product. And if you will click quickly in your mind, it will tell you the number one selling beauty product in many African countries is skin bleaching cream. This is a testament to our belief in the superiority of whiteness, because internalized white supremacy tells us that to be better, we must be more like them. So I want you to, everyone gets to make their own decisions. These decisions are sometimes considered very personal, and they are. But I want you to keep thinking and examining What are the sources? What are the deeply held beliefs that inform the choices that you make? Now, before my time is up, let me say something about work, community organization. Well, actually, I'm just going to go ahead and talk about leadership, because leadership is what African women entrepreneurs is providing for our communities. So let me talk about leadership in this way. At the end of colonization, there emerged 55 contemporary African countries. And since independence, there have been 109 heads of state in those countries. Currently, of those 109 heads of state, currently 3 are women. And since independence, of the heads of states in African countries, only 9 have been women. Think about that and think about what that means. Why aren't women leading Africa? Now, Queen Rahima talked yesterday about the ways in which African women's leadership got disrupted by colonization, because women had been serving as leaders in very powerful roles in many ways throughout the history of African peoples up until the time of colonization. And the disruption of African women's leadership, the installation of patriarchy and male domination as a result of colonization. So we get to go back and undo this historical damage. And as Sojourner Truth, some of you know the name Sojourner Truth. She was an African heritage female abolitionist in the US in the early part of the last century. And she said, it's gonna be up to women to make this right. And I'm saying that to you here today. Women, African women entrepreneurs are the ones who are going to make this right. Obviously, we have taken many bold steps forward as entrepreneurs, and we must extend our leadership to all aspects of the community and reclaim our historical role of being in charge of our communities, because we're not going to get it right. All honor to the kings and princes here, but we're not going to get it right until women take charge. So I say to you, liberatory consciousness is the piece that I will offer. And let me say it, let me see if I can say it very quickly, trying to be mindful of the time. Liberatory consciousness is a frame of mind. It is a mindset that we take into our work, into our lives, and we think about what is our vision. I'll just tell you briefly 5 questions that you have to ask yourself to work from a liberatory consciousness. What is the vision? And a liberatory vision is about how we create communities that work well for all of us. The previous speaker just talked about a very important aspect of inclusion. We can name other ways of thinking about inclusion, and our job is to ensure that our vision encompasses those many aspects of inclusion. Vision is the first question. What is your vision? Second, awareness. What awareness do you bring? What is the current situation? And how does that current situation line up with the vision? 3, analysis. What's the difference between what currently exists and the vision that we hold, and what do we need to do to change it? 4, what are the actions that need to be taken? What are the actions that I need to take? What are the actions that I need to support and encourage other people to take? And then the last 2 questions are about accountability and allyship. One Map Africa has demonstrated just through this conference an extraordinary model of allyship, bringing women from across the continent together to think about how do we support each other as African women entrepreneurs. We get to do more of that. We get to figure out how to do that in our local communities, and we get to continue to figure out how to do it on individual and collective scales across the continent. And accountability, how do we hold each other as African women entrepreneurs accountable for steadily marching toward the vision. So hold liberatory consciousness in your minds as a framework, as a mindset that helps you think about the extent to which what you are doing moves toward this vision of African women in charge of reclaiming and recreating Africa as a place that works well for all of us. Several of the speakers have talked about the resources that we have. Africa has every resource that is needed for us to live good lives. And I also, I just have to say one more thing. Think about the language that we use to describe Africa. And I want to support people to think about what Global South means and what that implies to us when we use the term Global South. I won't go into that discussion right now. I will just tell you that South means going bad. That's what the term ultimately, going south means going bad. So when we apply the term global south to Africa, think about the set of images that are unconsciously and unawarely being created in our own heads. So liberatory consciousness, hold that as a framework. Remember that we get to create and recreate Africa so that it is a community, a continent that works well for every one of us. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for listening. And I look forward to any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Queen Barbara.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Queen. That was Queen Barbara Love speaking to the African people with so much love, just as her name suggests. And she touched on very many critical topics that actually are affecting African women. We've been reduced to think about ourselves, the beauty standard should be the European beauty standard. So we do not appreciate the African beauty standards. Thank you for touching on that, Queen. And another thing that I picked, it's upon us women to make things right. I really picked that. And the third thing that I picked, English is just convenient. It is not the most beautiful language. And for that case, I literally urge everyone on this platform to get to learn Swahili. Thank you so much, Queen. That was a beautiful presentation. The next session is going to be question and answer. Yes?
Queen Elizabeth, please go ahead and ask your question, please. Elizabeth, unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yes. Greetings, my great queens in the house and great kings. My name is Elizabeth Ekanem from Nigeria. And so sorry, the background hearing from is the prayer of fasting from the Islam Muslim family. Okay, so I just listened to her great mother in the house of what she was saying, a brief history and every other thing she said. I'm so grateful for that. So my is not a question. It is that I overheard some of those key points she highlighted at the end of her speech. And I will really appreciate if you can please take them again because I was actually writing them down. This is what I would have loved and I want to work with coming to Nigeria. I work with women a lot. I do with women education. I do so many.
Did we just lost Elizabeth? Queen Barbara, can you make something out of what she said?
I understand that she was asking for those last points that I made.
Yes.
And I will go ahead and repeat those, and I will send a link to One Map Africa to a document that will describe each of those links. But I mentioned 6 points: vision, awareness, analysis, action, accountability, and allyship. Vision is what's the vision that we hold for our community. A liberatory vision for me is one where a community, a nation, a continent that works well for everyone, for all of us. Awareness, what is the current situation? Analysis, what do we make of the current situation? How does it stand in relationship to the vision? Action, what do we need to do to change the current situation? Accountability, how do we hold each other accountable for working toward the vision? Allyship, how do we support each other as African women entrepreneurs in working toward the vision? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, please? If we don't have further questions, DJ Kate, can you get us Dance for Queen Barbara, please? DJ Kate?
Now is the time for you to I am still here. And let me
Yes.
see if I can cue it as
The
song.
house is sleeping. It seems not to be like we are celebrating Women's
I
Day.
can see
Let the
that.
women dance, please.
I can see that. Here is a song by Yvonne Chaka Chaka says, "Thank you, Mr. DJ."
ukushona kwelanga, kwelanga, kwelanga taliwa, sohlangane maweni, hlangane maweni, emaweni, emaweni taliwa, sohlangane maweni, hlangane maweni, emaweni, emaweni taliwa, sohlangane maweni. Sengimatshelile udade wethu ukuthi mina ngibuyi, namhlanje angibuyi mina, ngolala esifubeni, inhliziyo idansa itwalatha, idansa itwalatha, ngenxa yenjabulo, inhliziyo idansa itwalatha, idansa itwalatha, ngenxa yenjabulo, lo mhlaba endalo, fana nawuqobo, fana nawuqobo taliwa, awe, lo mhlaba endalo, fana nawuqobo, fana nawuqobo taliwa, awe, ukushona kwelanga, kwelanga, kwelanga taliwa, sohlangane maweni, hlangane maweni, emaweni, emaweni taliwa, sohlangane maweni, hlangane maweni, emaweni, emaweni taliwa, sohlangane maweni. Ngizokulinda khona emaweni, ngizokulinda dali khona emaweni, hey, silalela umculo wezinyoni, amagwababa, noma ngaba majuba, wothando wandizomabili, silalela umculo wezinyoni, amagwababa, noma ngaba majuba, wothando wandizomabili, masathamba milanga, ushawo sankisi dali, vele ngibuka umona, yimi nomela qabule wena, ukushona kwelanga, kwelanga, kwelanga taliwa, sohlangane maweni, hlangane maweni, emaweni, emaweni taliwa, sohlangane maweni, hlangane maweni, emaweni, emaweni taliwa, sohlangane maweni,
Justice, and that was our musical break. That was a musical break, ladies and gentlemen. I hope
Thank
you
you.
enjoyed the musical
Thank you very
selection.
much. I think the
You're
whole house
most
is live.
welcome.
I could see everybody was, it's good. It's good. Thank you. Let's welcome our speaker, our keynote speaker, Lady Evelyn. I don't know if she is still with us. Please just indicate. Lady Evelyn, are you with us, please? Lady Evelyn?
Yes, I am. Yes, yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Let me introduce who Evelyn is. Evelyn is an impact. Lady Evelyn impact extend across nations, empowering communities and bridges the gap between Africa and the global stage. Her commitment and vision remains instrumental in African growth, success, and lasting legacy. Evelyn holds a postgraduate degree in project management, bachelor's in population studies from Makerere University, and vast experience as project director and administrator. She is a dedicated and detail-oriented, devoted demographer and community management specialist with wealth of experience in demographic analysis, program evaluation, and policy development. With a strong academic background and practical expertise in population dynamic skills and interpreting demographic data, conducting research, and providing valuable insight to inform strategic decision-making. She is committed to addressing complex population challenges and driving positive social change through evidence-based approaches, proving ability to collaborate with cross-function team and provide value insight to driven informed decision making. So Lady Evelyn, Queen Evelyn, if you are still with us, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for that elaborate introduction. Once again, I'm Lady Evelyn Imede, and I'm glad that we are here. Thank you all for accepting to be in this great conference today. And thank you for the speakers. You have spoken so well, very well, thank you. I want to appreciate each of you in your different capacities. And I want to pray that this will not end here. We will continue growing and seeing that Africa is changed. Back here today, I would like to speak about something that UMA, the women in UMA, are coming up with to see how best we can develop. Some of the projects that we have as women in One Map Africa, we have written various proposals, but I would like to share with you a very touching proposal that we feel is part of us and we feel once shared and you catch the vision, we are able to help the women and the young girls out there in Africa. Our proposal is about reusable sanitary pads, an initiative that is to improve the health and status of adolescent girls and women to generate livelihood in Africa. I'd like to take us through why we are thinking about this as a project that we want to do in One Map Africa. Women's health and hygiene have been critical concerns across Africa, where awareness of menstrual hygiene practices is often limited. In many communities, traditional practices prevail, with girls frequently relying on old clothes during the menstruation. This leads to serious health risks such as fungal infections, cervical cancer, and infertility. To address these challenges, it is essential to raise awareness about the importance of menstrual hygiene and the use of sanitary products. By doing so, we aim to prevent chronic health issues and improve the overall well-being of women and girls in these communities. We've come up with this project and want to believe that this project seeks to create a sustainable organization model.
Menstruation still remains a topic that needs to be touched. We have a lot of cultural norms that often discourage open discussion about puberty and menstrual hygiene. Additionally, many families cannot afford sanitary products, further diminishing girls' confidence and mobility in rural areas of Africa, where these issues are most pronounced. Social barriers and accessibility remain significant obstacles, compounded by limited availability of sanitary products in the local markets and the embarrassment women and girls feel when purchasing them. To address these issues, these pressing issues, our project focuses on production, distribution of reusable sanitary pads. This approach not only provides a sustainable and environmentally friendly alternative, but also ensures long-term affordability for women and girls in the rural communities. As the Women in One Map Africa, we want to focus on training the women and the young girls, the communities, the local community to manufacture and then to market, and also to distribute the reusable pads. This will empower them economically while creating job opportunities. We're looking forward to have workshops which will also educate the girls in menstrual health, reducing stigma, and promoting open dialogue about menstruation. We want to prioritize production of these pads and make it throughout the different chapters. As OMA, we are registered in several countries currently, and we want to believe when this project starts up in the different countries, we would like to partner with various stakeholders, the local non-government organization, the government entities, to be able to provide these sanitary towels at affordable prices. For example, the Ghanaian government just read their budget, and they're talking about distribution of free sanitary pads in schools. These are some of the initiatives that we wish to come in as OMA, give our products at a very affordable prices to the government to be able to distribute to the schools. It is something that will be affordable and at always acceptable prices that each and everyone can target. Of course, also reducing exportation costs, because we believe that at the moment they're exporting sanitary towels from other countries. And yet these are items that we can locally provide, we can locally make. We can be innovative. Some of the speakers initially spoke about being innovative. And that is why as One Map Africa Women, we want to come up with innovative ideas that can help us market, but also be sustainable, to help the women out there to grow and also stand out in everything that we do. By empowering the local community, we want to believe that it is a sustainable aspect of our project, because it will be continuous. It will not be a one project for a time. We'd like to empower the groups, the women groups. We'd like to work with comprehensive NGOs. We'd like to work with media platforms. We'd like to work with education departments in the training. We'd like to also engage the government entities in dialogues that will help in the health and sensitization of this issue that is really perturbing the women, the girls currently, most especially in Africa. We target to have awareness campaigns, develop educational materials, have group meetings, interactive sessions, and also community awareness campaigns to be able to tackle this project as it unveils. We look forward to work with each and every one of you out there. If only you could buy into our well-aligned project. that we will help the young girls, the adolescent girls, and the women to discover their potential and have their products very, very easily affordable, but also easily accessible when made by them to be consumed by them. We look forward to hearing from the different entities that wish to collaborate with us. We invite you to reach out to us on our website, www.onemapafrica.org, our email, info@onemapafrica.org, that you can reach out to us and share with us. And we are willing to give more about this project that the women of One Map Africa are looking up to start and make sure we thrive in it. I thank you all for listening, and I pray that you will engage with us in these interventions. Asante sana. Thank you.
Karibu. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. That was Sister Evelyn. I think she was sharing with us what our women at One Map Africa are doing. And yeah, menstruation is an issue, and in some communities it's difficult to be talked about. So I think investing in this industry will be something very good for our women at One Map Africa, because at the end of the day, that is what we use every day. In one of the conferences I came across, I think there was a company that was doing that already in Angola. So I think we should find a way to see how to connect, and health is sanitation is health, so it's very important for us to look into that. We need to have Renella, are you still in the house to confirm if the next speaker is ready? Renella? Renella, are you there? If Renella is not there, I think Sister Endele is supposed to be our speaker, and I've been told she has been waiting in the house for long.
Excuse me, Prince Justin.
Yes.
Queen Zanela will be back with us shortly.
Okay.
Sister
Is Sister
Natasha
Endele?
Henry will be our next speaker.
Who is that? Natasha. Queen Natasha, are you with us? Queen Natasha?
Queen Natasha, could you please unmute yourself?
Next is supposed to be Sister Endele. I think if Natasha is not around, can we check if Sister Endele is already with us in the house?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Let's check again 1 minute. If Natasha is unable to connect, then we'll bring you before she comes later. Natasha, are you still with us? Okay. Sister Endele, please unmute yourself and go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. And it is really been a privilege to be part of this since yesterday. Your Excellencies, welcome everyone, all protocol observed. It's been a long learning experience and wonderful, really. And coming to the end of our nearly the end of our program, it is hard to conceive that would have anything that is original except or that there are lots of ideas that will overlap, because a lot of things have been said. Okay, I would like to share if that is possible, my screen, please.
Michael, please, can you co-host? Okay, that's fine. So you can share.
Is it there? Yeah. Can you see it now?
Thank you. Yeah,
Yes, it is. Okay. Right. I am Marie Ndale, and I am a part of Umoja Generational Wealth, an organization which seeks to help in wealth creation and in building generational wealth. Thank you, our brothers and sisters from OMA, princes, queens, kings, for allowing us to come and talk on the occasion of the International Women's Day 2025. So, Sawubona, everyone. I greet you. It says, it means I see you, and the response is usually, I am here, which is Sikona. Now, there were a lot of themes that have been in several countries, different countries celebrating this special day for women. And I chose this one, accelerated action, because it to me, to my mind, it gives what I really want to come through. Now I'll be talking about how how Ubuntu pedagogy, so using Ubuntu in education. So my I was supposed to talk about but the title of my presentation was about how education, Ubuntu education helps in what we do. Now, what I thought, first of all, we thought about thinking about the historical perspective of how women in education in the African society. What's the historical perspective? And now there are many prominent African women in the history, and there are many more than the ones I have named here. But we know about Mwene Jinga Bande, and this is as far back as 1583, who lived in the Abunda kingdoms, now present-day Angola, and she was a warrior. She was a fighter, and fought very very hard against the colonists when they came to their country. We have Sarah Corey, who in the early 1730s she's known as the Nanny of the Maroons. She was a great military strategist associated with rebellion, battles against Sylvia, and all of that. And we have Mbuya Nehanda Nyakasina, who in those years led the Shona people in the Mazu lands, now present-day Zimbabwe. And Ya Asantewa, Queen Mother in Ghana, who fought relentlessly against the British. So women in African society have played a vital role, and all of our speakers that we've had so far have underscored this point of how important women have been in our tradition. Now, we at Umoja, we talk about this involvement of women, and even our organization is based on Ubuntu principles, and several speakers have mentioned this. But permit me to say a word or two about Ubuntu principles and how it operates with what we do. Before I do that, I'll share pictures of our valiant women, African women. Here I just had a collage of pictures of women doing different things. You can see working all the time, smiling and cooking. And we women, uh, we are the lifeblood of the community. Now, permit me, as I said before, to talk about Ubuntu principles. We have heard and that it is an African philosophy, and defined as a collection of practices that give expression to deeply held ideals of one's individuality, being rooted in the interconnectedness with others. So no one lives as an island. And this Ubuntu is expressed differently in several of our African communities. And it's a concept which dates right back to pre-colonial times. And it gives expression to a deeply held ideal, which says we are connected. At the core of this philosophy, there are expectations on practices of how individuals, families, communities must interact with each other and the environment and the spiritual world. So all of these have been alluded to, and we have heard about that. Now, Archbishop Desmond Tutu of renown in our history explained it when he said that a person with Ubuntu feels diminished when others are humiliated, oppressed, or treated as less than human. So it's a very, very important concept in our community. Now, I took the liberty of picking out a few of these African values. I chose just 5 of them to talk about it because they have meaning in our society. And just to get this out of my view. Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, I missed the sharing. Can you see? I've lost. Can you still see?
I see you.
Yes,
Can
we
you
can see it.
I
can see.
Okay, got off my screen. I don't know why.
Isn't set up yet. To get started, download the Google Home app on a phone or tablet.
Oh, that's not amazing. Let me find. I don't know where. Oh, there. I don't know why it went off my screen. Dear me, I can't retrieve it. Something happened there. Sorry, I'm trying to find it.
Can you start the
Stop
PowerPoint?
sharing.
Yeah.
Stop sharing your
Stop.
screen.
You stop
and
sharing and
share
restart reshare. Yeah.
Okay, where's my stop button here? Okay, let me restart. Share again. Can you see it now? Here we go. Oh, can you see it? Yes, I think. Can you see it now, please?
Yes, it's
Yes.
okay now.
Right, sorry about that. So I took the liberty, like I said, to pick out 5 of these African values and put the meaning alongside alongside it and talk about ethics, because ethics is actually the action that we are meant to do following these values. So we have Ujama, which means familyhood or communityhood. And this ethic is promoting cooperation and collectivism. I think we have heard a lot about this as we've been through the conference, that we can't do things that individuals, we must be united. Then we have Uhuru, which means liberty, independence, freedom. And the ethic here, so the action that we've got to do about this is protecting African liberation. Then we have Umoja, which is unity, peace, harmony. The ethic here is to promote oneness. And then we have Kuumba, which is creativity. The ethic here is not to imitate others, not to copy, but to create, co-create as in unity. And the last one I picked up was Sankofa, which is looking back to inform the future. So the ethic here is to respect history. We cannot forget our history because that is very, very important. And now bringing this to the topic that I had to deal with today, which is well, this information was gotten from Beautiful, and there are lots of books on Ubuntu. But this one is called Ubuntu in Social Services and Development in Africa. So it's a very good resource to have. Now, so women in African society, as we have summarized, they have key roles, that of nurturing and caring for their families, maintaining the household, preserving the culture and tradition. And that is done through education. So they have to do that in their communities. Miriam Makeba famously said that African women are the guardians of tradition, but they are also the architects of change, which is what we are talking about here. we are at a point in our history where change is happening. And so our contribution as African women is of the essence. Now, the other key roles that our women do in the society, it's significant in economic activities such as farming, small scale trade, and crafts. We have seen that all along. Women have been critical problem solvers, leading militaries, freedom fighters, transitional leaders, on leaders during some of the worst economic, political, and health crises in the 21st century. Now, talking about the reimagining the African educational system on the Ubuntu principles I've just talked about, we know that education is in most traditional African societies also collaborative and collective responsibility. So it's for everyone. And language and literature carry people's cultures and memories. And oral literature is rich, relevant, and powerful. Now, under this Ubuntu pedagogy, it is what is emphasized is tolerance and respect between the teacher and the learner. Now, women in many of educational settings here in the West where I live, and in a lot of other societies, I don't know if you recognize this. Women are mostly the teachers. You have more women in education, and so under Ubuntu education, which looks at the family, the community, the society, and the environment and spirituality as sources of knowledge, it is vital that women are taught. We have training and on courses and things like that for them to understand how knowing about Ubuntu principles would help them in the teaching. So tolerance, respect, self-knowledge, self-identity. So the teacher has to know about what the knowledge that they have, know themselves, and be able to identify their learners, know their learners as well. I was, as a teacher myself, I was once in a classroom where the teacher was talking about, and the topic was about criminality and about social justice and things. And the example she gave, I was doing this inspection, and the example she gave was about, she had this passage about people doing 419, criminality in African countries, and things like that. That was the text that she used. Now, this teacher did not think about the students that she had in front of her. There were students from our background, African students. Now, what does this tell? If from their homes they get this reinforcement, and this is what Sister Barbara as well was talking about, is that we get this reinforcement that, oh, this group of people are the only ones who cause crimes, and so we're going to use this text to dissect. So imagine an African child sitting in that classroom, and what that makes, that gives that child in their head, and they go out, and this is constant. This happens. But imagine if you had a teacher in an African set in schools or any institutions or teaching in back on the continent, who knew about Ubuntu principles, who knows about the learning about the background, the cultural influences of the students. They would use that same example, because I'm not excusing, I'm not saying that there's not wrongdoing in Africa, but they would use that example in a different way, by saying, well, if you do this crime, how is that going to affect you as an individual? How is it going to affect you in your community, your family, and things like that? So that is why Ubuntu is quite important. Now, using local resources as well is another example of how we can change our education system. In some schools you have prescribed texts, and in school establishments in Africa, prescribed texts are all Western texts, and so the children don't get that. And I'm really happy to see that there are a lot of authors who are writing and trying to put down this knowledge. But we do have our oral tradition, like I said there, which is rich, relevant, and powerful. If you had examples, for example, in an African institution where you bring in a griot, you know, the storytellers who can come into the classroom, talk to the children, and then they learn from that. Then that way the children will be using their creativity. They're looking at relevant, real life experiences and translating that into their learning. Medical students, we just talked, I think it was a speaker who mentioned, I think it was Queen Aji who was talking about the schools, the institutions. If you had a medical institution and you brought in the local traditional healer, for example, to come and talk about what he's doing, then it would be less likely for them to be demonized and called witch doctors and all the other things. So we have to recreate and or redesign the curriculum in our African setting. Languages as well. We had that mentioned just by Sister Barbara there. Languages, because the language is the basis of communication in any community. But because our languages have been demonized, have been looked at as not really valid, we lose, because the language carries your culture, carries your memories, carries your stories. But if we lose that, and that's what has been happening, then we are losing our communicate our values, our culture, our memories. That's why we have to redesign our curriculum to reflect this. So at UGW, we do offer courses, financial literacy. That's very important for us. So training sessions, master classes, webinars, coaching, which if we use these methods and have our training get away from the Western system that we are used to, then we'll apply local knowledge, local indigenous knowledge. That would help. That would help in the way we educate our students. Now we concentrate on the young and the women as well. We have heard about women who need training. We could talk to them in their language, and we know that there are NGOs, foreign, who come into the rural areas and they try to change these things. Have got to be changed. We have at a time when it is ripe for us to do this. Now, our organization as well did organize a successful summit in Jamaica last year, where we brought together all our sisters, Africans, and from the continent, and Africans in the diaspora, come together for us to talk about these things, and not only talk about them, but put into action. What can we do? How can we improve our communication systems? How can we learn financial literacy? How can we? So all these things we did, and here's a slide of our Jamaica summit, and there were women, a lot of women right there, ready to take on the baton, because that is what we do. We're always ready. So and as well, just before I finish off, to inform you that we do have another summit that we are planning, which would be in July in the beautiful paradise islands of San Tome and Principe, which is a beautiful island of the Western West Africa. And we'll be there talking about building community, about coming together, pulling our resources together. We have a whole range of participants who will be there, speakers, keynote speakers who will be there, and Omar as well. We're partnering with them. We'll all be together to talk about this. We also, lastly, before I leave, have a website called Ubuntu Verse. And there we have a lot of a range of products and services that we offer to our brothers and sisters for the betterment of our community. So together, women in our society, and we're not ignoring the men, we have been saying that, but women in our society have contributed and still contributing in family, in the kingdoms, in the communities, in education, politics. And so we must put our hands together and work for the advancement of our motherland. Thank you very much. If you want more information, we'll be you can talk to Oma, and we will be able to they will be able to pass on the information to us, because we have a membership system as well where we come together and do this work. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. I think we are if Natasha is still around, I would want to know. If not, then we'll go to the final round of questions and answers, which will bring us to the end of this long journey. Queen Natasha, are you still with us? Why don't we give some time
No.
to... You are here?
No, I don't think she's here.
Okay, that's fine. So questions and answers, we listened to 3 keynote speakers. Those who may have some questions, just raise your hands. I can see Queen Angela Santos, please. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening. I think it's good evening already for me here. And I just want to thank my sister Andela for her presentation. And it seems to me like a summary of the last speakers that we have this afternoon. And this importance of link the Ubuntu with the education, and how we can give the next generation the understand of what is Ubuntu. It is very important for what we all want to do. My question is about the language, and I think with all that, I speak Portuguese, by the way. I live in Portugal, so it's one more convenient language to communicate to my brothers in Cape Verde, Angola, or other spaces that Portuguese is colonized. So when Queen Barbara spoke about the language and the convenience, a language that we use to communicate in these platforms, in education, it's the same thing. And Sister Marie, Sister Barbara also, how can we educating our boys and girls in our new generation, that would put this in this case, in this form, educating them, living particularly in diaspora or even in the continent, in those languages that are just convenient, as we say, but everything on those books, on those literature, and the way we spoke are from other space, for the Mozungos, for the white. How can we come over these in education with these languages that we are using, even knowing that they are just convenient? So
Yes.
my question is for both of you to help me understand this.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
think
Thank you.
yes, that's a very valid question, because we know that most of the books are written in those foreign languages, but there is a shift that is happening, that we have a lot of our scholars, although they don't want to be recognized, but they are there. We have a lot of scholars who are writing books now and publishing them. Now, the impetus or whatever from the government to implement them into schools. It's what the problem is, because they still think, no, we shouldn't do this. We should, because of other alliances that we know, but we should persist. This thing has been happening for over 400 years that we know. They've tried to erase it, but if you have a classroom like in the special, you have the special heritage villages or things like that, and then we start to implement this different curriculum, and Swahili has been suggested as one of the languages that slowly it will come, because it is been proven that when you think in your language, in the first language that you understand things better. So forcing our children to change, to have to, or especially the ones who back home who have another language and then go to formal school, they force them to change it. But we have to fight and come to an arena where this does not happen. That they teach and the teachers learn the language and teach in that language. Now, in China, for example, I've heard in my teaching circles that they would not teach them English, the children English, until a certain level. So they would put them in a classroom. They would speak Spanish. They would speak the Chinese language until a certain level before they can get, because of technical English and things like that. I used to work in the Middle East. It's the same thing. They do have their courses in English, American English, and whatever, but they insist that certain things that the children not lose their mother tongue. But in Africa, in some places, the children will be literally, told not to, or forced or beat not to speak the mother language. So it's a question of rethinking and uh, telling that this is important, because the way you think comes from you express yourself because of the language that you know, and the first language is usually that. And then, because children have this ability, and we know that if they live in a house where English and the mother tongue is spoken, they will pick both. They will pick both languages. But then when they go to formal schooling, that they start knocking the other. So the parents, home life is our duty to encourage. But when we're out here in the Western, in the Western world, it becomes a little difficult. But our eyes are opening up now. We need to do it. We need to do it because our languages do have value. They do.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. You are on mute, Vin.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for that question. I also want to say something about that. Specifically speak to the question of how we work with our young people. And I think that's critically important. I've been in spaces in African countries where young people refuse to eat indigenous food, or where young people refuse to speak an indigenous language, etc. And it all has to do with what perspective has been shared with them. So it is very important that we pay attention to the perspective that we share with young people. Education does not occur in a vacuum. It occurs in a much larger framework. It is on us to provide a liberatory framework for our young people. So working with African people who had decided to not teach their indigenous language to their children and only let their children learn a colonizer language. With a liberatory framework, you can see how that's problematic.
Yeah.
Forcing them to learn an indigenous language won't work unless you have a liberatory framework within which they understand why it's so important for them to learn an indigenous language, not just so they can talk with their grandparents, not just so they can communicate with the people back in the village when you go home to the village, but helping them understand why speaking an indigenous language is important to their own soul, to their own spirituality, to their own understanding of their own future. So I'm saying that also helping them to understand the distinction between being convenient and being superior.
Yeah.
I love that the speaker said, I speak Portuguese and it can help me talk to people in Portugal. It can help me talk to people in Cape Verde. It can help me talk to people in Brazil. It can help me talk to people in Angola. It can help me talk to people in all these places where Portuguese is spoken. So it's convenient. It's not superior. And helping young people understand that distinction is critically important. I loved Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the Kenyan writer, who said, only in my own indigenous language, because of trying to contradict that internalization of the idea that a European language is superior. So yes, help young people understand that I function in my home, I function in my community, I function in the village, I function in the nation, and I function in the world. In order to function in the world, there's a range of skills and competencies which I must demonstrate. And one of them is a familiarity with a language that communicates across communities. But it's a skill, it's a competency, it's not a superiority. So the key thing that I'm proposing is not only must we develop a liberatory consciousness, we must help our young people also develop a liberatory consciousness so that they understand that I'm going to pick on one of my pet projects. Wearing their own hair is a statement about themselves, not about their beauty. So that they understand that wearing certain kinds of clothes is a statement about community. That they understand that learning African history is not just a forced exercise, it is an exercise in future building, and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. You are on mute, Prince Justin. You are on mute.
Hey, thank you. Queen Mother Orishade, please. Take the floor,
Thank you
please.
very much. Greetings to all the queen mothers and kings and princesses. I love this. I just want to comment on the language, as it is one of the areas in Africa-centered ancestral healing that I address. The importance, if we look at Spanish, it's like the second language in the world, and especially in the States. So I understand from learning Yoruba myself and a couple of others that the significance of speaking a native language, meaning that of your culture, is some words cannot be transcribed. I said this yesterday when I spoke. There are some things in African languages, like there's no such thing as I cannot. It's not an in between. It's always yay or nay. Not in all of them, but overall. And the most important significance of teaching youth the language is the names. There's power in the names, in our names. And that speaks to the identity of who you are and your purpose. And that is what something we call it. There's three dimensions to Ashe. When we speak Ashe after speaking about a situation or whatever, or a prayer, we say Ashe. How I see it in terms of teaching the language, it should be mandatory in any curriculum. I have made it mandatory in root psychology, which I teach. So we have to learn how to speak all over again. And definitely the African languages, that of the Dogo, we have embraced by force, as I said, due to assimilation and acculturation, those languages that are convenient but not beneficial to our spiritual ascension and development manifestation, which is a part of who we are. That is our basic foundation, no matter what you know, believe, or practice. That is what it is. So I love the statement. I love that you brought up the language. I love what the Queen Mother before me just commented. It is about curriculum building. It is about doing a African-centered educational system and implementing it. So that's my little rant and comment for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We have King Kevin. King Kevin, are you still with us? Can you
Yes,
unmute
yes, I
yourself?
am.
Yes.
Yes, I am. And thank you so much, Queens. I really appreciate what was said here today. Just veering off the path a little bit of language, I just had a question, and this was regarding the representation of African women in academic setting. And so what happens is that I notice I'm here in the United States, whenever it comes to Black women being represented, normally it's women who are perceived to be humble, women who are perceived to be palpable, to white people. And so what happens is that, again, not to downplay someone's experience, but, one of these humble women who refuses to go to the back of the bus, or, you know what I mean, or who refuses something, that is kind of the essence of any movement within the country. However, there are huge contributions from revolutionaries, and in my experience, what I've had to find is that normally when teaching kids about these women, it's normally supplemented, right? So you have to find different things to add because these women are not represented in academic texts. And so I guess my question to you is, what would you tell educators, who really want to teach more or less a revolutionary pedagogy? However, they're basically bucked against, a curriculum that really downplays the experiences and contribution of Black women around the world.
Thank you very much. Are you directing this question to Queen Barbara or to Natasha?
Yes, yes. In anyone
Barbara.
who could, possibly
Okay.
answer that. Yes.
Queen Barbara, are you still with us?
I am indeed.
Okay.
And it's a really big question, and I thank you for that question. It is a question that has to be addressed on multiple levels. I cannot overemphasize the role that we play as parents and as community leaders in educating our children. I think your question addresses what happens to us as educators in those systems where we have been charged with educating young people. The answer is complicated. You are correct that the curriculum in most school systems, I'm going to try to make this short. You have to remember that the point of curriculum in any school system, anywhere, is to prepare people to function well in the society in which they live. You said that you live in the U.S. So what are characteristics of the U.S.? It's racist, sexist, misogynistic, ableist, and so on. It's characterized by oppression. So schools ultimately are basically designed to help people develop the attitudes, understandings, and beliefs to function well in that kind of system. Your question is rooted in the notion of ourselves as liberatory educators. Always understand that when you come as a liberatory educator, you're actually bucking the system. The system has not been set up to support you to be a liberatory educator. So to be a liberatory educator means that in most cases, you're going to have to go contradictory to the system, meaning you're going to have to go search out those materials, create those materials. Yes, there are people who are now writing books that for Black children and for indigenous children and for Hispanic children and so on. But that's something you have to go and search out and build into your curriculum, not expecting to find it there because schools are not designed to include it, even less so in the current period of time. Yes, there are books like the People's History, the Zen book, for instance, that includes information about people from many different backgrounds. But this is information you're going to have to go and search out and build in. There are resources, and the speaker, I believe, Mari Endale, Queen Endale, talked about some of those resources. There are a bunch of organizations in the U.S. There is the Scholastic Enterprises, and they're not coming to my mind immediately, but there are a number of resources. There's something called, I was just talking with them yesterday, Teaching Authentically, I believe it is the name of it, that's committed to bringing in the information about peoples and cultures and contributions that have not been historically included in the curriculum. But in the end, the work is going to be on you because you are doing something that the system is not designed to do.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for having the idea to do it. And thank you for the liberatory spirit that you bring to making that happen. And also, I'm going to stop, but I'm just going to say this one more thing. Remember that many people, sometimes parents, sometimes other administrators, will not always be appreciative of the fact that you're bringing a liberatory perspective to the curriculum that you're sharing with young people in the classroom. Be prepared for that.
Thank you. And the last hand, I'm sure Queen Joso, you are just keeping your hand up. You've asked your question already, or you are still there to do another question? If not, then
No, sorry, can I say no, I can't see my hand up, and I've got a question and a comment.
Okay. Just make your comment before I give to the last speaker so I can close with it.
Yeah, Prince Justin, I cannot see my hand, and I've got my hand up for some time now.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's okay.
Okay. Can I ask you the question now?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thanks a lot for that, for the opportunity. Thanks, Omar, obviously, for putting it together, and all the speakers, obviously. And I want to just touch base on the matter of language, because as Sister Ndale and Queen Barbara and other people mentioned, language, as we know, got a massive dimension. It's not just to communicate matters. It's not just to for us to have a chit chat amongst family, but language is deeper than that. Obviously, language unify and divide, as we know. Today in the continent, people who speak French are majority, and people who speak English, and so they are divided. Although we may not recognize that, but this is a fact. So language is also used as a tool for division, and the list goes on. Besides the fact that language being a carrier of culture, history, and mindset, and all the rest of it. So, I think language requires, I would suggest, one summit on its own. The fact that we've got a Kiswahili or any other language, honestly, is neither here nor there. I think it's the problem the matter is. And I want to touch on the matter of why in most community children are discouraged to speak our own language, the mother tongue. It's very simple, because unfortunately, you learn the language for the most part to get a job. So you learn the language to go to university. You learn the language to learn science, engineering, law. You don't have law, university degrees written in your local language. You don't have one. That's just to say that language in Africa, particularly, we don't have one scientific language, we don't have one commercial language. So therefore, my child needs to learn a commercial language, otherwise he would have no job. My child needs to learn a scientific language, otherwise he cannot go to university, he cannot be a scientist, he cannot be recognized by society. So the problem is deeper than just what I think we look into. We have to go back. For my child to learn, let's say, Foro, I have to create enterprise. So therefore, when he come and don't speak English or French or Portuguese, he can work there without having to recur himself to this. Sister Ndale spoke about the Chinese, correct? Because the Chinese did something before just the language. They built a platform where somebody who does not need to learn English, to speak English, to do his schooling and go and do a job or be a teacher or be an engineer without having to know English, which is not the case in Africa at all. We don't have one single country in Africa whereby you don't speak the colonizer language and you can progress in society, quote unquote, finding a job, being a teacher, being a politician. There's not one. So I think we need to really go back to that. So as a result of that, I wanted to suggest to all of us to go a bit back and look into social expressions, historical, cultural, whatever it is, but not just seeing the language on a superficial level. I heard Queen Barbara speaking that education, for instance, curriculum to function well in society. Yes, we cannot function well in our society in Africa if we don't learn colonizer language. Unfortunately, there's no other way around it. So all of us here need to do. So I'm asking ourselves here, how on the table, how do we actually make our language so therefore we can produce the curriculum to function well in society? This is my question.
Thank you so much. I think this one is a take-home question to all of us. I don't think our brother, you are expecting an answer here. So Score Africa, Score Africa. I think you are the last person. That's the name I can find here. Oh, I got Elizabeth again coming.
Yes. Hello and good evening, everyone. It's been a good session and thanks for that. It's just the last speakers who've touched on, I think that the other lady spoke about bleaching, wearing all these extensions in that we're imitating something, and also languages and how we're bringing up our children and that. So I then extend that to say, after the problem of imitation and also the problem of language, the problem of losing our culture, when then people grow up, they then have an identity problem. There's a huge issue coming up again and again in the community about our identity, that the same children will now say, I've never been to Africa, I don't know the culture, I don't know the food, I don't know. And when they ask where they're from, they'll say, oh, my mom and dad were from whatever mentions the African country or Africa, but I was born here. So they feel they're different from their parents. And also some will say, I'm not African, I'm Black. Some will then go as far as saying, those in the Americas will go as far as saying, oh, I'm Indian, I'm this. So we say we are something else but African. So people have a problem saying I'm African, and then there's also that division between, I think somebody mentioned yesterday, that division between historic Africans, contemporary Africans, these Africans, that Africans. Just 2 days ago, somebody was saying, oh, I heard we're no longer African Americans. We are now, was it FBA? So all these kind of identity problems, how do we unite and how do we work together? How do we do all these things we've discussed the last 2 days if the question of identity itself is also at stake? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's another take-home question.
Mm.
Queen Raima, you have the last question for the day. Then I'll call on Queen
Okay.
IG to make her remark before we go for the formal closing. Thank you.
Okay.
If permitted, I would venture not an answer to the questions of the last two questions. So it's not a total answer, but it's something that addresses the question. And once again, I'm offering the perspective of a liberatory consciousness. The question of what will someone do? How can someone rise in society? How can someone function well in society without speaking a colonizer language? Can they get, what kind of job can they get? That brings us back to the question of what kinds of jobs are available, which brings us back to the question of what kind of economic development do we create in our local communities, which brings us back to the question of what in our minds suffices as appropriate, suitable, acceptable economic enterprise. So in some countries that I visited, one consequence of European colonization was to disrupt local indigenous agricultural practices. So instead of a broad scale agriculture that supported the needs of the communities, Europeans required a cash economy, a cash crop for export. So in many local African communities, agriculture is no longer an acceptable enterprise for young people to be engaged in. They're all looking to get a government job, or they're all looking to get a job in a factory, or they're all looking to travel to Europe. And few, I shouldn't say few, but many look down upon or frown upon engaging in agricultural enterprise. And communities are still having to import the foods that they need. So one of the questions that I ask is, how do we redefine economic enterprise in our local communities and re-examine the impact of colonization on what we deem acceptable economic activity? So thank you for the opportunity to put that into the conversation.
Thank you very much, Queen Barbara. I told us a while ago, remember that before the white man came, we have existed for more than 100 years. In the mining industry, we had a wonderful industry.
Hello.
Yes, I
Good
think
afternoon.
we lost. Yes.
Yeah, Prince, we might have lost him momentarily. I just wanted to expound on 2 points that I think are kind of critical. One is, as Queen Barbara was saying with regard to the education, I just challenge us to think about our education without English and before English. So we were already engineers, we were already doing architect, we were doing surgeries, we were so advanced in so many areas without speaking English. So I think that says to the fact that we can just start wrapping our mind around exploring how we can educate, just like someone mentioned earlier about the Chinese, how we can educate our children in whatever it is that they need to be, whatever it is that they need to learn. I mean, like the young man that's in Zimbabwe right now about this car. He dropped out of high school. So maybe we just need to expand our minds around what we can do in terms of this escaping from this colonizer's education, because where I am now in the Gambia, the children are aspiring to get to take tests. They're actually studying to take tests, not studying for what they need for their society. So they finish and they don't know what to do, even when they finish school, because they're studying so they can pass curriculum, like the same thing in the US, so they can do these mandated curriculums, which have nothing to do with developing you so that you can develop yourself and your community.
Exactly.
And then the other point I wanted to just say something on is with regard to this rift that we're having right now in the US, I don't know where else, but in the US, about Africans identifying ourselves as indigenous to that soil. I think that we can really let go of it being any kind of rift, because you know, the people that we're dealing with that came to the US late, the ones that came with Columbus and the slavery and this thing, that's very late. And they have a vested interest in us thinking that we came from somewhere else, or they brought us from somewhere else. And some of the people in the US are challenging that now, saying, no, this was our land. You came here, invaded us, waged war on us, imprisoned us, enslaved us, because the term penitentiary actually came to be. They came to build penitentiaries to house freed Africans, free Black people that were in the United States when they decided that you were going to be a slave if you were Black. That was it. There's a sister that wrote a book on it called Criminalization of a Race. So when we think about it, we really don't have to fight about it. But we can explain to each other and share with each other that, yes, some of us were forcefully migrated. Some of us, Africans, we were traveling all over the world. We were everywhere already, long before these people, in the tens of thousands, sometimes in one travel mission. So true, maybe, look, California is named after Queen Khalifa, a Black woman with an afro. So, you know, we can settle that rift amongst ourselves without thinking that it's so bad for these people to try and claim, because just imagine people stepped up who don't look like us and said, oh, you're not indigenous. You don't have the rights that indigenous people on this land have. When people, I know people, I have friends who have traced their family back. Their family was there on that land before these people came and invaded. So we can let go of that rift and not even take it on as a rift. And there's no way, you don't have to. Some people feel offended when you say, oh, your people came as slaves. No, and they say, no, my people didn't come as slaves. So we can be open to explore with each other and realize we still are one, irregardless. So anyway, I just wanted to touch on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Queen Rayma. Queen Mother Aji, any last take-home word before I invite the next queen for our closing keynote speech? Or DJ, you'll be getting ready
Yes.
for one song before, after Queen Aji, before we'll go to the closing speech. Thank you. Queen Aji, are you in the house?
Yes, I am. Yes,
Please,
I
go
am.
ahead.
Yes, I just think that Africa is huge, and the others will never be able to invade totally Africa. And we African, we need to work on our identity. We need to be self-confident. And also about agriculture, some people, I mean, there is a sacrifice to be done. I mean, we can't all be civil servants or engineers or professors, and we will have to go back to traditional consultation and find effectively what is our destiny. And all of us, we need to survive. And we are not going to eat their fruits and vegetables with GMOs, are we? So, I mean, some people will have to understand that agriculture is important for our health, for our survival. And this is why agriculture is very important in the Royal Chamber. This is why we go for carbon credits, carbon farming. And I do invite all of you to join the Carbon Guard Africa, the CGA, through our Royal Chamber. I'll add our contact in the chat. And we need to boost the youth and everybody that wants to produce food. Africa is huge, and Africa should be a huge food garden for the planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Queen Mother, for those remarks. DJK, over to you, please.
Yes,
Yes,
please.
my
Yes,
good
please.
sir.
Yes, please.
I'm still here. Okay. We do have one last song before we officially close off our event. And let me say that this one will definitely have you dancing. It'll definitely have you dancing. It is a song by South African musicians, Young Stana, as well as Kabza the Small. This one is titled Adiwele. Please put on your dancing shoes.
Solo tu kulila so
like to say, ladies and gentlemen, that when I grow up, I would like to dance just as much as Queen Raima has been dancing. That was a performance and a half, and I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. Can we get like extra 10 minutes so she gives us a performance? Please, please, please. Extra 10 more. Extra 10 more minutes to give us another. I absolutely loved it. Thank you very much, Queen Raima, for that performance.
It's supposed to inspire everybody to dance, everybody to move.
It did. It did. I know I'm dancing. I'm just too shy to show the people. I was dancing.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you very much. Prince Justin, over to you to give the last remarks before we officially close our conference.
Yes, and tech department, can you please unspotlight?
Can hear you, Queen Cody.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Queen Rehema, my next flight is definitely to Gambia. I must learn how to dance like that. I actually wanted to dance in the background, but then I watched your dance move. Then I was like, oh, let me sit and watch. Now this is
Thank
dance.
you, Queen Zanella. Thank you, Queen Zanella. Agreed. Totally agreed.
You all were cheating. I'm doing dance class on Wednesday though. So we'll put it, come to one map, and you'll get the information.
I think the dance is going to bring me to Zambia. I'm even sure the DJ was dancing in the background. That was mercy. Anyway, thank you so much to everyone. The presentation has been so beautiful. I have come to realize that our guests that were with us yesterday created time today again. I can see Orisha de Awodola. She's been here from the start. We appreciate that.
I want to know the name of that song.
Queen Kate, you have a job here.
Yeah, I do. I will drop it in our chat room and everybody will know the title and the artist.
Yeah, and when you look it up, look it up with the lyrics in English. The lyrics are interesting. It says something like, it's our time and the doors, they can't close all the doors. And so let's just go through this door right now while we have a chance. And it's thousands coming. And yeah, so I really like the lyrics. It's one of the theme rhythms for my dance class.
As Maya Angelou said, and I'll go with this, as still we rise.
Yes, I am. Yes.
I'll be there next week, so I want to know if the dance class will be happening at that time.
Yes. Looking forward to seeing you in the Gambia.
So looking, I cannot wait.
Oh, that's so lovely.
Yeah, that has been great. So we will invite our queen, Malenga, Hilda Mulenga from Zambia. She's going to give us the closing remark. Then King Justin, you lead us. We have to say a shout out to our president. And I'll definitely, leave the floor to our great Queen Hilda Mulenga from Zambia.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes,
Or we can.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's a privilege and honor to have this event. We thank you all. You've made it memorable. You've made this event memorable because of your presence. First of all, I would like to take of this opportunity to thank the president of OMA, the vision founder, the founder of the OMA, Queen Achula, and also the general secretary who has been there to assist, even the team of women planning committee. They've done a great job. Thank you very much. We really thank you to make this event to come to pass. And to all the phenomenal speakers, panelists, and moderators, thank you for your wisdom, your time, your generosity in sharing your experience. Your words have inspired and equipped us with tools to take our businesses and community to the next level. To our participants, you engaged questions and contribution have made this conference truly special. This was not just an event; it was a movement of powerful purpose-driven women coming together to support, uplift, and build each other up. This is what an incredible journey these past 2 days have been. As we come to the close of this inspiring and empowering Africa Women's Entrepreneurship and Networking Virtual Conference, I want to take a moment of reflecting on all that we have gained. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in deep and meaningful discussion, learned from women entrepreneurs, and shared insights that will help share the future of Africa business and leadership. We have explored the challenges we face, but more importantly, we have uncover the strategies and solutions that will propel us forward. As we leave this space today, let us carry this moment forward. Let us carry it. Let us take the lessons learned and turn them into action. Let us continue to collaborate, support one another, and amplify the voice of African women entrepreneurship. Our journey does not end here. It's only the beginning of the greater things to come. Stay connected, stay inspired, and most importantly, stay committed to your vision. Together, we are shaping a future where African women entrepreneurs thrive and with confidence. As African women, let us build one another. Let us unite together. Let us come with different ideas to build wanting to build development in our Africa. Let us build Africa as women. When women start things, imagine when women start a thing, they multiply. As we naturally multiply. A woman, as you know, a woman can give birth, they multiply, they can give birth to many children, you see? So we are multipliers, so we can multiply even the development. Let us work together, share ideas, unite together. As we are building as OMA, One Map Africa, if you want to visit us, if you want to be a member of One Map Africa, just visit www.onemapafrica.org. You register, you are free to come. We build Africa together. Let us build Africa together. Let us work together as women. Thank you very much once again to everyone who has been participating. Thank you very much to everyone who has been engaged in this program. And thank you all being part of this transformative experience. Until we meet again, whether virtually or personal, keep striving, keep building, and keep shining. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That
Thank you.
was Queen Hilda. Queen Hilda right there coming from Zambia. She's pink and beautiful. That is the logo for African women. I would like to welcome our president to say a few things. But before I do that, I would kindly request everyone to unmute their cameras. We are in a photo shoot. So we are kindly taking a few pictures. So if you can, all of us, unmute our cameras just for 2 minutes for a quick photo shoot. Smile, smile, cheese.
Hello, hello.
Beautiful women right there. Beautiful women smiling for the continent. That was a beautiful photo shoot right there. So our president, Queen Achula Abala Elizabeth, if you're in the house, warmest welcome. Talk to your people. Queen Kodu, is the president in the house with us, please? I suggest she's not in at the moment. Queen Kate, Queen Mama Sito, please take us to one last dance. I would like to see Rehema dance for the last time as we check background check with the president to put her back in.
I would certainly love to see her dance again. Let's see. Queen Mama, while I find a song for Queen Rahima to dance, could you please say a few words?
Yes, I would
Hey,
like.
Katie.
Hi.
I don't have much to say. I'm just saying I wish we can have another event